Sir, please. If you care about your daughter at all, you'll turn around right now and forget you ever saw me. Those words came from a woman I'd known for less than 3 hours. 3 hours that turned my entire life into something I no longer recognized. 3 hours that forced me to choose between my dying child and a stranger in a blood-stained wedding dress. You know what's funny about desperation? It doesn't announce itself with trumpets and warnings. It just shows up in your back seat at 2 in the morning, shivering and bleeding, asking you to become someone you never thought you'd be. My name is David Mira, and this is the story of how one single passenger on the worst night of my life, transformed me from a broke taxi driver counting coins for hospital bills into a man running from people who could make entire families disappear with a phone call. But before I get into all that, let me ask you something. How are you doing today? Wherever you are right now. Maybe you're watching this on your phone during a work break, or lying in bed trying to distract yourself from your own problems, or sitting in traffic wondering if your life will ever get better. I want you to know that I see you. 3 months ago, I was you, tired, scared, barely holding on. And if you stick with me through this story, if you hear me out until the end, I promise you'll understand something important about the choices we make when everything we love is on the line. You'll see why sometimes the right thing and the safe thing are complete opposites, and why choosing wrong might be the most human thing any of us ever do. So do me a favor, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. Trust me, you're going to want to remember where you were when you heard this story. Now let me start from the beginning. 3 months ago, I was a different man. Not better, not worse, just different. I believed that hard work eventually paid off. I believed that if you kept your head down and followed the rules, life would give you at least a fighting chance. I believed that good people got good outcomes, and that my daughter Emma would grow up healthy and strong because she deserved it more than anyone I'd ever met. I was 32 years old, and every single one of those beliefs was about to be destroyed. I drove a taxi in Portland. Not the nice parts with the food trucks and the young couples taking pictures, but the areas where people only took taxis when they were too drunk, too desperate, or too broke to have any other option. 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week, barely enough to cover rent on our 1-bedroom apartment, and the mounting medical bills that Emma's leukemia treatment kept generating. Her mother had left 2 years earlier. Just packed a bag one Tuesday morning and told me she couldn't watch her daughter die slowly. Said she was going to her sister's place in California to clear her head. I got divorce papers 3 weeks later. Never saw her again. So it was just me and Emma. 7 years old, bald from chemotherapy, braver than any person should ever have to be. She'd gotten used to the hospital rooms, the needle pricks, the nausea that came in waves. She'd stopped asking when she could go back to school, stopped talking about the friends who no longer came to visit. But she still smiled when I came home. Still wanted to hear stories about my passengers. Still believed her daddy could fix anything. I needed $17,000 for the next phase of her treatment. The insurance had denied coverage, the hospital needed payment up front, and I'd already borrowed from everyone I knew. I had 6 days to come up with the money, and I'd managed to scrape together $4,000 through double shifts and skipped meals. $13,000 short. 6 days left. No plan. That's where my head was at when my dispatcher called at 1:47 a.m. on a Friday night. David, you still on shift? I was parked outside a 24-hour diner, eating day-old crackers and trying to calculate if I could pull another double shift the next day without falling asleep at the wheel. Yeah, I'm here. Got a pickup request from Riverside Estate. Cash fare. Says she'll pay double if you can get there in 15 minutes. Riverside Estate. I knew the area. Massive properties on the north side of town, the kind of places with gates and security cameras and people who wore watches that cost more than my annual income. Not our usual clientele. Double rate. That's what she said. You want it, or should I pass it to someone else? I checked my fuel gauge. Quarter tank. Enough to get there and back. If someone was offering double rate, they were either drunk, dangerous, or desperate. On a normal night, I might have passed. But this wasn't a normal night. I'll take it. Send me the address. The drive took 12 minutes. I wound through neighborhoods that got progressively nicer, the houses growing larger and farther apart until I was driving past estates I couldn't even see from the road. The address led me to a service road behind a property with a stone wall that had to be 12 feet high.
No gate.
No security. Just a dark road and the sound of my engine. I parked and checked the pickup details again. The request had come through our app, prepaid for $100, with a note that just said, "Please hurry." My phone showed 2:03 a.m. I waited. The neighborhood was silent except for the wind moving through the trees. I just started to wonder if this was some kind of prank when I saw her. She came stumbling out from behind a cluster of bushes near the wall, moving like someone who'd just learned to walk. The headlights caught her and I felt my breath stop. A wedding dress, full length, the kind that probably cost more than my car, but soaked through and torn along the bottom. The woman wearing it was young, maybe mid-20s, with dark hair plastered to her face and shoulders. She was barefoot. Her hands were scraped raw, and she was looking behind her like something was chasing her through the darkness. I unlocked the rear door and she threw herself into the back seat, pulling the door shut so hard the whole car shook. "Drive. Please just drive." Her voice was raw, like she'd been screaming. I didn't move. "Ma'am, are you okay? Do you need me to call?" "No police.
No hospitals.
No questions. Please, I'll pay you whatever you want. Just drive." I turned to look at her properly. She was pressed against the far side of the back seat, shaking so hard her teeth were chattering. The wedding dress was stained dark around the shoulder, and when she shifted, I saw the bruising spreading across her collarbone. Every instinct I had screamed that this was trouble, that I should apologize, help her out of the car, call 911, and get as far away from whatever situation she was running from as possible. But then she looked up at me, and I saw Emma's eyes. The same terror I'd seen in my daughter's face when the doctors told us the first round of treatment hadn't worked. The same desperate hope that someone, anyone, would help. "Please," she whispered. "He'll find me. He always finds me." I put the car in drive. "Where to?" "I don't know. Anywhere. Just away from here." I pulled onto the road and started driving south, away from the estates, back toward the parts of town I actually knew. My hands were steady on the wheel, but my mind was racing. Every few seconds I checked the rearview mirror, looking at her. She was crying silently, her whole body curled into itself. The wedding dress made horrible wet sounds every time she moved. "What's your name?" I asked after a few minutes. She didn't answer right away. When she did, her voice was so quiet I almost missed it. "Olivia. Olivia Hartwick." The last name hit me like a physical thing. Hartwick. As in Hartwick Industries. As in the family that owned half the commercial real estate in the Pacific Northwest. As in the kind of money that turned people into ideas rather than humans. "Hartwick," I repeated. Like my father, yes. Richard Hartwick." She laughed, but it sounded broken. "And like my husband as of 8 hours ago. Nathan Hartwick." I nearly drove off the road. "Your husband shares your last name?" "Nathan's my cousin. Second cousin. It's complicated." She wiped at her face with torn lace. "Or maybe it's simple. Maybe it's the simplest thing in the world. My father needed Nathan's tech patents. Nathan wanted access to my father's commercial connections. They decided a marriage would seal the partnership. And you agreed to that?" Her laugh was sharper this time. "I was informed of my engagement at a family dinner 6 months ago. I was informed of the wedding date 3 months later. I was informed that refusing would result in my trust fund being dissolved, my position at my father's company being eliminated, and my mother losing her medical care coverage. I drove in silence, processing this. We were back in areas I recognized now, passing closed storefronts and empty parking lots. Your mother is sick? Early onset Alzheimer's. Expensive care facility, specialized treatment, round-the-clock nursing. Olivia's voice was flat. All paid for by my father, who made it very clear that her continued care depended on my cooperation. I thought about Emma, about the choices I'd already made, the lines I'd already crossed, just to keep her treatments going. So you married him. I stood in a room full of 400 people and said words I didn't mean to a man I barely know. She was looking out the window now, watching the city pass by. The ceremony was perfect. The reception was perfect. Everything was exactly as planned. Then what happened? She went quiet. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. Smaller. Younger. We went upstairs to the private suite. To consummate the marriage, Nathan said. Very traditional. Very proper. Her hands twisted in the ruined fabric of her dress. He poured champagne. Told me I'd been an excellent bride. That our fathers would be pleased with how well the day had gone. I didn't say anything. Just kept driving. Then he showed me the photographs. Photographs. Of women. Dozens of women. All of them bruised. Some of them unconscious. Her voice cracked. He said they were all willing. That they'd signed contracts and accepted payment. That some people just enjoyed certain things and he'd never understand why society pretended otherwise. My hands tightened on the wheel. He said I'd learn to enjoy it too. That I had excellent bone structure for bruising, and that the photographs would be beautiful. She was crying again. He reached for me and I ran. Just grabbed my phone and ran. He locked the door, but I went through the bathroom window onto the balcony and climbed down the trellis.
Jesus Christ.
The estate is surrounded by walls and security. I ran through the gardens in the dark until I found a spot where a tree branch hung over the wall. Climbed up and jumped. She held up her scraped hands. Landed in someone's yard and just kept running until I was far enough away to call for a ride. I checked the rearview mirror again. The road behind us was empty, but I didn't feel relieved. Olivia, we need to go to the police. The police answer to my father. The mayor answers to my father. Half the judges in this city owe their positions to my father's campaign contributions. She leaned forward, her face appearing in my mirror. You don't understand what Nathan is capable of. What my family is capable of. They don't get stopped by things like laws or evidence or basic human decency. Then what's your plan? Run? Hide? Hope they just forget about you. I don't have a plan. I just knew I couldn't stay in that room. She slumped back. I thought I could call my mother's doctor, try to arrange to move her somewhere my father doesn't control. But my phone died and I don't know anyone's numbers by heart anymore. We were approaching the river now, the bridges lit up against the dark water. I had no idea where I was driving to. No idea what I was supposed to do with this woman, this stranger, this person whose problems were so far beyond anything I knew how to handle. And then my phone rang. The dispatcher. I answered on speaker. David, what's your status? I picked up the fare. We're still driving. Yeah, about that. The dispatcher's voice was tight. I got a call from Portland PD 5 minutes ago. They're looking for a missing person last seen in your area. White female, mid-20s, wearing a wedding dress. My eyes met Olivia's in the mirror. She shook her head frantically. I haven't seen anyone matching that description. They said she might be confused or injured. Said if you see her, you're supposed to call it in immediately. They're treating it as a wellness check. Understood. David. The dispatcher paused. They also said there's a reward. $10,000 for information leading to her safe return. $10,000. More than half of what I needed for Emma's treatment. That's good to know. I'll send you the tip line number. Let me know if you see anything. The call ended. The car filled with silence. Olivia's voice came out as a whisper. $10,000. I didn't respond. Just kept driving. You have a daughter. I heard you talking to the dispatcher last week when I was booking the ride. You said you needed to get home to give her medicine. I glanced at the mirror. You remember that? I remember a lot of things people don't think I notice. She was watching me carefully. How old is she? 7. And she's sick. It wasn't a question. I nodded anyway. How much do you need? For her treatment. I almost lied. Almost told her it was none of her business, that we were fine, that she should focus on her own problems. But I was tired of lying to myself about how desperate things had become. 17,000. Need it by next Thursday or they won't proceed with the next phase. And you have 4,000. Olivia was quiet for a long moment. Then she leaned forward again, and her voice was different, harder, more like her father's probably sounded in board meetings. If you turn me in right now, you get 10,000. Still 7 short. I know the math. But if you help me get to my mother's doctor, help me arrange to move her to a facility my father doesn't control, I can access emergency funds from my grandfather's estate. $25,000, cash, tomorrow morning. I felt something twist in my chest. Olivia, I know what I'm asking. I know I'm dragging you into something dangerous. But you're already involved now. They know you picked me up. They have your cab number, your name, probably your address. She paused. The only question is whether you hand me over for $10,000 that still won't be enough, or whether you help me for $25,000 that might actually save your daughter. She was right. I'd known it the moment I saw her stumble out of those bushes, the moment I made the choice to put the car in drive. There was no neutral position here. No way to walk away clean. I thought about Emma. About the way she'd looked at me yesterday when I told her we'd figure out the money somehow. The trust in her eyes, the absolute certainty that her daddy would find a way to make everything okay. Where's your mother's doctor? Olivia let out a shaky breath. Cedar Hills Medical Complex. About 40 minutes from here. I changed lanes, heading for the highway. We're not going straight there. First, we're stopping at a 24-hour pharmacy to get your phone charged and those hands cleaned up. Then we're ditching this car for my personal vehicle. If the police are looking for you in a taxi, we need to change what they're looking for. You're helping me. I'm helping my daughter. There's a difference. But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. I was helping this woman because she reminded me of Emma, and because I understood what it meant to be trapped by people with more power than mercy, and because somewhere in the last 20 minutes I'd made a choice that couldn't be unmade. My phone buzzed. A text from the dispatcher with the police tip line number, and a reminder about the $10,000 reward. I deleted it and kept driving. Behind us, somewhere in the darkness of the Riverside estate, Nathan Hartwick was probably realizing his bride was truly gone. Probably making phone calls to people who specialized in finding things that didn't want to be found. Probably activating resources I couldn't even imagine. And ahead of us, at Cedar Hills Medical Complex, was a doctor who might help us or might turn us in. A phone that needed charging. A plan that had more holes than certainty. 6 days until Emma's treatment deadline. One night to either save both our lives or destroy them completely. I pressed harder on the gas pedal and tried not to think about what I'd just agreed to become. The 24-hour pharmacy sat in a strip mall between a closed laundromat and a pawn shop with bars on the windows. I pulled into the parking lot and killed the engine, scanning the area for police cars or anyone who looked too interested in a taxi idling at 3 in the morning. Empty. Just the fluorescent lights of the pharmacy casting everything in sickly yellow. Stay low, I told Olivia. I'll grab what we need. She nodded, already sliding down in the seat. The wedding dress bunched around her like a deflated parachute. Inside, the pharmacy smelled like disinfectant and old coffee. A kid who couldn't have been more than 19 sat behind the register, scrolling through his phone with the blank expression of someone working the graveyard shift. He barely looked up when I entered. I grabbed hydrogen peroxide, bandages, a cheap prepaid phone with a charger, wet wipes, and, after a moment's hesitation, a gray hoodie and black sweatpants from the small clothing section. The hoodie had a cartoon cat on it. Not exactly inconspicuous, but better than a blood-stained wedding dress. The kid rang everything up without comment. $47. I paid cash and left. Back in the car, Olivia had wedged herself into the footwell behind my seat. Smart. Less visible from outside. Here. I passed the supplies back to her. Clean those cuts. There's clothes too. The bathroom around the side is probably open. She took the bag, her hands trembling slightly. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We haven't made it to morning. She slipped out of the car and disappeared around the building. I sat there with the engine running, watching both the street and the pharmacy entrance. My phone showed 3:17 a.m. Emma would be asleep now, probably in the hospital where they'd admitted her yesterday for monitoring. The nurses knew me well enough that they'd let me stay overnight in her room, curled up in the uncomfortable chair by her bed. She'd understand why I wasn't there tonight. At least I hoped she would. If this worked, if I actually made it out of this with $25,000 instead of a police record and a dead daughter. My phone buzzed. A text from Emma's nurse, Rachel. She's asking for you. Told her you were working late. She wanted me to tell you she loves you and she's not scared. I stared at those words until they blurred. Not scared. My 7-year-old daughter with poison being pumped into her veins to kill the poison already in her blood. And she wasn't scared because she believed I would fix everything. I typed back. Tell her I love her too. Tell her daddy's bringing home good news. Another lie to add to the collection. Olivia returned 10 minutes later, transformed. The wedding dress was gone, replaced by the hoodie and sweatpants. Her hair was pulled back wet, her face scrubbed clean. The bruising on her shoulder was visible now at the neckline, purple and yellow blooming across pale skin. She'd wrapped her hands in bandages and looked almost normal. Just another young woman on a late-night pharmacy run. Nobody you'd look twice at. What did you do with the dress? I asked as she climbed into the back seat. Stuffed it in the tampon disposal. Figured nobody would look there. Smart. She plugged in the prepaid phone to charge. Now what? Now we go to my apartment. It's 15 minutes from here. My personal car is parked there. A blue Honda with plates they're not looking for. We switch vehicles, then head to Cedar Hills. Won't they check your apartment? If they know who you are. Maybe. But they're looking for a taxi driver who picked up a fare. My shift doesn't officially end until 6 a.m. If they're smart, they'll check my route first, talk to other drivers, pull traffic camera footage. That buys us maybe a few hours before they make the connection and show up at my door. Olivia considered this. You've thought about this before. Running from people. I've thought about a lot of things I never planned on doing. We drove in silence through empty streets. Portland at night was a different city. Quieter, darker, more honest somehow. The people who were out at this hour were either heading somewhere they shouldn't or running from somewhere they couldn't stay. I was both. My apartment building was a 3-story walk-up in a neighborhood that couldn't decide if it was gentrifying or dying. I parked in my usual spot and killed the engine. Wait here. I'll grab my keys and check if anyone's around. David. Olivia's voice stopped me. What if this is a mistake? What if I'm wrong about being able to access those funds? Or the doctor won't help? Or my father finds us first? You could still turn me in. Still get the 10,000. Still be home before your shift ends. I turned to look at her properly. She looked young without the makeup and the expensive dress. Scared and young and trying very hard to be brave about it. My daughter has a doctor too, I said. Dr. Patricia Owens. She's worked at Children's Memorial for 20 years. She's the one who explained to Emma what leukemia meant, using stuffed animals and simple words. She held Emma's hand during the first spinal tap. Olivia waited. 3 months ago, Dr. Owens pulled me aside. Told me Emma's insurance was denying coverage for the next treatment phase. Said she'd tried fighting it, tried appealing, tried every bureaucratic trick she knew. But the insurance company had lawyers and policies and a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders. I stared out at the dark parking lot. Dr. Owens cried when she told me. Actually cried. Said she'd become a pediatric oncologist because she wanted to save children. Not watch them die because their parents couldn't afford the right checkboxes on the right forms. I paused. She slipped me information about clinical trials in Canada. Under the table stuff. Told me if I could get Emma across the border. She knew people who might help. Did you go? I looked into it. Forged documents, fake identities, a network of people who smuggle sick kids to countries with different healthcare systems. I had everything ready to go. I looked at Olivia. I was going to do it. Break federal law, become a fugitive, ruin any chance Emma had of a normal life. All because people with power had decided my daughter's life wasn't worth the cost. What stopped you? Emma did. She asked me one night if I was in trouble. Said I looked scared and she didn't want me to be scared because of her. My voice cracked. She's 7 and she was trying to comfort me. Trying to make me feel better about the fact that I couldn't save her through any legal means available. Olivia was quiet for a moment. So you understand. I understand that power protects itself. I understand that the rules are different for people like your father and your husband. And I understand that sometimes the only way to fight that is to break the same rules they break every day, except we call it crime when we do it. $25,000, Olivia said softly. I promise. If you help me get my mother to safety, I'll make sure you have it by tomorrow morning. And if you can't? She met my eyes. Then we're both running from people who don't stop until they get what they want. I got out of the car. My apartment was on the second floor, at the end of a hallway that smelled like old carpet and someone's late-night cooking. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, hitting the light switch. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it 12 hours ago. Emma's drawings covered the refrigerator. Her medications lined up on the counter in careful rows, each one labeled with dosage and timing. The couch where I'd been sleeping since she took over the bedroom, too anxious to be far from the front door in case the hospital called. I grabbed my personal car keys from the hook by the door and was turning to leave when I noticed the envelope. It was sitting on the floor just inside the door, like someone had slipped it under while I was gone. Plain white envelope, no markings, unsealed. I picked it up and pulled out the single piece of paper inside. The message was typed.
No signature.
We know you have Olivia Hartwick. Return her to the Riverside estate within the next 2 hours and receive $25,000 cash. No questions asked. Fail to comply and we will make sure your daughter never receives another day of medical care from any hospital in the country. Your choice. You have until 5:30 a.m. My hands started shaking. I read it again, then a third time trying to process what I was seeing. They knew. They already knew who I was, where I lived, what mattered most to me. They'd been here at my apartment, while I was driving around thinking I was making choices, and they were offering exactly what Olivia had promised. $25,000. Except this version came with a guarantee and a deadline. I looked at the clock on my microwave.
3:41 a.m.
Less than 2 hours to decide. Return Olivia and save Emma. Keep helping Olivia and risk everything. I walked back to the car in a daze. Olivia took one look at my face and went pale. What happened? I handed her the letter. She read it silently, her expression crumbling with each word. When she finished, she carefully folded the paper and handed it back to me. You should do it, she said quietly. You should take me back. Your daughter needs you. They threatened to blacklist Emma from every hospital in the country. They can do that. My father sits on the board of 3 major insurance companies and has connections to a dozen more. If he wants your daughter denied care, she'll be denied care. Olivia's voice was steady now, resigned.
I'm sorry.
I should never have involved you. I was selfish and desperate, and I didn't think about what it would cost you. I stared at the letter. $25,000. Emma's treatment guaranteed. Everything I'd been fighting for, handed to me on a page slipped under my door by people who could destroy us both with a phone call. All I had to do was drive Olivia back to the estate. Back to Nathan and his photographs and his promises that she'd learn to enjoy it. Back to a life controlled by men who saw her as a bargaining chip and a photo opportunity. When you were a kid, I said, did you have dreams? About what you'd be when you grew up? Olivia blinked at the sudden question. I wanted to be a veterinarian. I loved animals. Used to volunteer at a shelter every weekend. What happened? My father happened. Said Hartwick women didn't clean kennels for minimum wage. Said I'd work in the family business or I'd be cut off. She smiled bitterly. So I got a degree in business administration and a corner office I never wanted and a marriage to a man who collects photographs of women he's hurt. Emma wants to be an astronaut, I said. She has this poster above her bed of the International Space Station. She makes me tell her about the astronauts who live up there, what they eat, how they sleep floating in zero gravity. I looked at Olivia. Last week she asked me if sick kids can become astronauts. If the leukemia would disqualify her from space programs. What did you tell her? I told her that anyone who can survive what she's been through is already braver than most astronauts. That the stars would be lucky to have her. Olivia's eyes filled with tears. They want to take that from her, I continued. Want to turn her future into a bargaining chip to control my choices. Just like they did to you with your mother's care. I crumpled the letter in my fist. And maybe they can do it. Maybe they have enough power and connections to make good on every threat. But I'll be damned if I help them do it without a fight. David,
No.
listen to me. I've spent 3 months watching my daughter suffer because people decided profit margins matter more than children's lives. I've spent 3 months bending and compromising and trying to play by rules that were rigged from the start. I started the engine. I'm done playing their game. If we're going down, we go down fighting. They'll destroy you. They'll destroy both of us. Maybe, or maybe we find a way to hit back. Either way, I'm not putting you back in that room with Nathan Hartwick. I pulled out of the parking lot. We stick to the plan. We get to Cedar Hills, we secure your mother, we get you somewhere safe. And we figure out how to fight people who think they're untouchable. Olivia wiped her eyes. Why? Why would you risk everything for someone you met 3 hours ago? I thought about that. About the real answer underneath all the rationalizations and justifications. Because 3 hours ago, I was a man who'd already decided the world was broken and unfair, and there was nothing I could do about it except try to save my own kid and let everyone else drown. I glanced at her in the rearview mirror. And maybe I still am that man. But maybe refusing to be the person they expect me to be is the only real choice I've got left. We drove to my Honda in silence. I transferred everything from the taxi to my personal car, then left the taxi in the parking lot. Let them find it. Let them waste time trying to figure out where we'd gone. The Honda started on the third try, engine coughing before settling into a rough idle. Not exactly a getaway vehicle, but it was paid off and registered in my name and wouldn't trigger any immediate alerts. Olivia climbed into the passenger seat this time, the prepaid phone charging in her lap. Cedar Hills Medical Complex, she said. Dr. Raymond Foster. He's been my mother's neurologist for 6 years. He's one of the only people my father doesn't directly control. Why not? Because Dr. Foster is independently wealthy. Made a fortune on early tech investments before going into medicine. He doesn't need my father's money or influence. Does the work because he actually cares about helping people. She paused. At least I hope that's still true. You haven't talked to him about this? Couldn't risk it. My phone is monitored, my emails are monitored, even my mail gets screened. If I'd reached out to Dr. Foster directly, my father would have known immediately. So we're showing up at a medical complex at 4 in the morning hoping a doctor you haven't spoken to will agree to help you move your mother to a facility he's probably never heard of. All while hiding you from your father who can probably have him arrested on fabricated charges. When you say it like that, it sounds bad. It is bad. It's a terrible plan. Do you have a better one? I didn't, so I drove. Cedar Hills Medical Complex sat on the western edge of the city, a sprawling campus of medical buildings, research facilities, and long-term care wings. The kind of place where wealthy families sent relatives who needed round-the-clock specialized care. I'd looked into facilities like this for Emma once, before I saw the price tags and understood they might as well have been on Mars. We pulled into a visitor parking lot at 4:23 a.m. The main building was lit up, a few windows glowing yellow against the dark. A security guard sat in a booth near the entrance, reading something on his phone. Which building is your mother in? I asked. East Wing. 3rd floor. But Dr. Foster's office is in the research building. Olivia pointed to a separate structure connected by a covered walkway. He works crazy hours. There's a chance he's there now. And if he's not, then we wait until he arrives. His first rounds usually start at 6. I checked my phone. The deadline from the letter was 5:30 a.m., just over an hour. If we waited until 6 for Dr. Foster, we'd already be past the point where Nathan's people would start making good on their threats. We can't wait that long, I said. We need to find him now or find another option. Olivia thought for a moment. There's a nurse, Patricia Mira. She's worked with my mother since she was admitted. She'd know where Dr. Foster is, and she'd recognize me. Would she help? I don't know, but she's always been kind to my mother. Treats her like a person instead of a diagnosis. Olivia unbuckled her seatbelt. It's worth trying. We approached the security booth together. The guard looked up from his phone, taking in my jeans and jacket and Olivia's hoodie and sweatpants combination. Help you folks. We're here to see Patricia Mira, I said. She's expecting us. The guard checked his computer. Don't see any visitors cleared for this hour. Visiting hours don't start until 8. It's a family emergency, Olivia said. She pulled back her hood, letting the guard see her face. Please, my mother is a patient here. I need to speak with Nurse Mira about her care. The guard studied her for a long moment. I held my breath, waiting for recognition to flash across his face, waiting for him to reach for his phone and make a call that would end everything. Instead, he sighed. Name: Olivia Hartwick. My mother is Catherine Hartwick, East Wing, room 317. He typed something into his computer, then picked up a phone and dialed. Hey Patricia, it's Marcus at the front desk. Got a visitor here for Catherine Hartwick. Says it's a family emergency. Pause. Yeah, daughter's here in person. Another pause. All right, I'll send them up. He hung up and printed 2 visitor badges. 3rd floor, East Wing. Elevators are through those doors and to your left. Nurse Mira is coming down to meet you. Thank you, Olivia said. We took the badges and headed inside. The lobby was quiet, just the hum of fluorescent lights and the distant beeping of medical equipment. Our footsteps echoed on polished floors as we found the elevators. That was easier than expected, I muttered. Security here is designed to keep people out, not keep patients in. And Marcus has seen me visit before. Olivia pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The hard part comes next. The elevator doors opened on the 3rd floor to reveal a woman in scrubs waiting for us. She was middle-aged, with tired eyes and hair pulled back in a practical bun. Her expression shifted from professional concern to shock when she saw Olivia. Ms. Hartwick? I thought you were... I saw the wedding announcement yesterday. It said you were on your honeymoon in... She stopped, taking in Olivia's appearance, the bandaged hands, the bruising visible at her neckline. What happened? Patricia. Olivia's voice cracked. I need help, please. I need to see Dr. Foster and I need to move my mother somewhere safe and I don't have much time. Patricia looked between Olivia and me, clearly trying to process what she was seeing. Your father called yesterday. Said you'd be out of the country for 2 weeks and we should expect him to handle all care decisions for your mother in the interim. My father doesn't get to make those decisions. I'm her primary medical proxy. Not according to the paperwork he filed yesterday afternoon. Had a lawyer bring it by. Everything properly notarized. Patricia pulled out her phone. Ms. Hartwick, I think we need to call.
No.
Olivia grabbed Patricia's arm. Please. Don't call anyone. My father is trying to trap me in a marriage to a dangerous man, and he's using my mother's care to control me. If you call him, if you alert anyone official, I'll never get free of this. Patricia looked at her for a long moment. You're serious.
I'm terrified.
And I'm running out of options. And I'm begging you to help me. Tears streamed down Olivia's face. Please, Patricia. You've taken care of my mother for years. You've seen how much I love her. I would never abandon her. But I can't save her if I'm locked in a marriage to a man who... Her voice broke. Please. I watched Patricia's face change as she made her decision. The same decision I'd made in the parking lot of the Riverside estate. The same decision people make every day when confronted with power that doesn't care about anything except maintaining itself. She put her phone away. Dr. Foster is in his office. I'll take you to him. She started walking toward the research building connector. But Ms. Hartwick, you need to understand something. Your father has been planning this for weeks. He's already transferred your mother's primary care authority. He's already set up protocols that require his approval for any changes to her treatment or location. We can't just move her without triggering a dozen alerts. There has to be a way. There might be. But it'll be complicated and risky and probably illegal. Patricia glanced back at us. Dr. Foster will know better than I do. He's been fighting with your father over your mother's treatment plan for months. Fighting about what? Olivia asked. Patricia hesitated. That's something Dr. Foster should discuss with you directly. We followed her through empty hallways to the research building, up another elevator, and down a corridor lined with office doors. She stopped in front of one with a nameplate reading, Dr. Raymond Foster, Neurology. Patricia knocked. "Come in." A voice called from inside. We entered an office crammed with medical journals, research papers, and models of human brains at various stages of degeneration. Behind a desk sat a man in his 60s with silver hair and the kind of deep fatigue that comes from caring too much about problems without easy solutions. He looked up at Patricia, started to smile, then saw Olivia. His expression went through several rapid changes. Surprise, concern, calculation. "Ms. Hartwick, I wasn't expecting to see you for another 2 weeks. Congratulations on your wedding." "I'm not married," Olivia said flatly, "and I need your help moving my mother to a different facility before my father realizes I'm here." Dr. Foster leaned back in his chair. "I see. And does this have anything to do with the rather aggressive phone call I received from your father yesterday afternoon, informing me that any communication with you regarding your mother's care should go through him directly?" "Everything to do with that. Dr. Foster gestured to the chairs in front of his desk. "Sit. Tell me everything." And Patricia closed the door. So we sat, and Olivia told him everything. The arranged marriage, Nathan's photographs, the escape through the bathroom window, the letter slipped under my door. All of it, while Dr. Foster listened with the careful attention of someone trained to spot symptoms others miss. When she finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "Your mother's Alzheimer's has progressed," he said finally. "She's in stage 6 now. Needs assistance with most daily activities. Doesn't recognize most people anymore." "But she recognizes me," Olivia said. "Sometimes. She has moments where she knows who I am. Those moments are becoming rarer. And your father has been pushing for a treatment protocol that I've advised against." Dr. Foster pulled up something on his computer. "He wants to enroll her in an experimental drug trial. Very aggressive treatment with significant side effects and minimal evidence of efficacy." "Why would he want that?" "Because the trial is being conducted by a pharmaceutical company he has financial interests in. If your mother participates and shows any improvement, even marginal, it helps their FDA approval process." He turned the screen to show us a dense medical document. "I've refused to sign off on it. The risks far outweigh any potential benefits for someone in your mother's condition." Olivia stared at the screen. "He's using her as a test subject. I've been preventing that. But with the new legal authority he filed yesterday, I won't be able to stop him much longer." Dr. Foster closed the document. "However, if we were to move your mother to a different facility, one outside your father's immediate control, we could potentially delay that process indefinitely. Can you do that? Move her?" "Medically, yes. She's stable enough for transport. Legally," he considered, "it would require creative interpretation of medical proxy laws and possibly constitute medical kidnapping, depending on how aggressive your father's lawyers want to be about it." "I'll take that risk," Olivia said immediately. "The question is whether I'm willing to take that risk." Dr. Foster looked at her seriously. "I've worked in medicine for 35 years. I have licenses and board certifications and a reputation that took decades to build. If I help you move your mother against your father's legal authority, I'm putting all of that in jeopardy." My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. 45 minutes remaining. Bring her home. I showed it to Olivia. She went pale. "They're tracking your phone," Dr. Foster observed. "Probably. Then they know you're here, which means we have even less time than your deadline suggests." He stood abruptly. "Patricia, prepare Mrs. Hartwick for medical transport. Full documentation. Make it look like we're moving her for emergency treatment at Providence Memorial. I have privileges there, and your father doesn't directly control their board." Patricia nodded and left quickly. Dr. Foster turned to Olivia. "You can't go with your mother. If you're with her when your father's people track you down, he'll just take you both. You need to separate." "Where am I supposed to go?" "I have a cabin in the mountains. 2 hours north, very remote. No internet, no cell service, completely off-grid." He pulled keys from his desk drawer. "Take my personal vehicle. It's not registered to this facility and your father won't connect it to me immediately. Go to the cabin and stay there until we can figure out a more permanent solution. Dr. Foster, I can't ask you to. You're not asking. I'm offering. He handed her the keys and scribbled an address on a piece of paper. I became a doctor because I was tired of watching powerful people treat human beings like disposable resources. Your father has been trying to turn your mother into a data point for months. I won't let him do the same to you. Olivia took the keys with shaking hands. The money. I promised David $25,000 to help his daughter's treatment. I can access my grandfather's emergency fund, but I need to do it from a bank, and I can't exactly walk into one looking like this. Dr. Foster looked at me for the first time since we'd entered. Really looked at me, assessing. You're helping her because of your daughter. Yes. What's her diagnosis? Acute lymphoblastic leukemia. Needs the next treatment phase, but insurance denied coverage. Dr. Patricia Owens at Children's Memorial is handling her care? I blinked. You know Dr. Owens? We did our residencies together. She's one of the best pediatric oncologists on the West Coast. He pulled out his phone. I'll call her this morning. I sit on the board of 3 foundations that fund pediatric cancer treatment for families who can't afford it. We'll make sure your daughter gets what she needs. I don't want charity, I said automatically. It's not charity. It's correcting a broken system that puts profit ahead of children's lives. He met my eyes. Consider it payment for helping Olivia. Consider it my contribution to making sure your daughter becomes that astronaut she dreams about. My throat tightened. How did you? Lucky guess. Most 7-year-olds have big dreams. We should make sure they get the chance to chase them. Patricia returned. Mrs. Hartwick is ready for transport. Ambulance will be here in 10 minutes. Good. Dr. Foster handed Olivia the address for his cabin. Go now. Take the service elevator to the ground floor. Exit through the loading dock. My car is a silver Subaru Outback, spot B7 in the staff parking lot. Olivia stood, still looking shell-shocked. I don't know how to thank you. Don't thank me yet. We're all potentially going to jail for this. He smiled grimly. But some things are worth the risk. Now go, before your father's security team shows up. Olivia turned to me. Come with me, to the cabin. You can't go home. They'll find you there. I need to see my daughter. David. I need to see Emma. Need to make sure she's okay and explain what's happening. I checked my phone.
5:03 a.m.
27 minutes until the deadline. I'll visit her at the hospital. Make sure she knows I haven't abandoned her. Then I'll disappear for a while. Lay low until Dr. Foster works out the funding. They'll grab you the moment you show up at Children's Memorial. Maybe. But I'm not leaving Emma wondering where I am. Not for this, not for anything. Olivia studied my face, then nodded. Okay, but be careful. And David, thank you for everything. Thank your mother when she wakes up somewhere safe. That'll be thanks enough. She left through the door Patricia indicated. I watched her go. This woman I'd known for less than 4 hours who'd managed to drag me into a situation that would either save my daughter or destroy both our lives. Dr. Foster cleared his throat. Mr. Mira, I meant what I said. I'll make sure your daughter gets treatment. But you should know that helping Olivia might have consequences that extend beyond tonight. I know. Richard Hartwick doesn't forgive people who cross him. And Nathan Hartwick is, if anything, worse. I know that too. And you're still going to the hospital to see your daughter, even though it's almost certainly a trap. I thought about Emma's face. The way she looked at me like I was the one person in the world who could make everything okay. The trust in her eyes that I'd spent 3 months trying to deserve. Some things are worth the risk, I said, echoing his words back to him. Dr. Foster smiled sadly. Yes, they are. Good luck, Mr. Mira. I left the office and headed back to my car. The sky was starting to lighten in the east, that pre-dawn gray that made everything look exhausted and drained of color. My phone showed 5:11 a.m., 19 minutes until the deadline. I drove toward Children's Memorial Hospital, where my daughter was sleeping, where the people looking for me would expect me to show up, where every choice I'd made tonight would either mean something or amount to nothing. And I wondered, Not for the first time and not for the last, whether I just made the biggest mistake of my life or the first truly right decision in years. The answer, I suspected, would depend entirely on what happened in the next 19 minutes. Children's Memorial Hospital looked exactly the same as it had every other time I'd visited. 6 stories of beige brick and tinted windows, a building designed to be comforting and sterile at the same time. The parking lot was nearly empty at 5:20 a.m., just a scattering of cars belonging to night shift staff and parents who couldn't bear to leave their sick kids alone. I'd been one of those parents for months. The nurses knew my face, knew my coffee order from the cafeteria, knew which uncomfortable chair by Emma's bed had the broken armrest that I'd learned to avoid. Now I sat in my Honda 3 rows back from the entrance, watching the sliding glass doors and trying to spot anyone who looked like security or police or hired muscle working for a billionaire family. Nothing obvious. Just a tired-looking janitor pushing a cart and a nurse in blue scrubs heading in for her shift. 9 minutes until the deadline. My phone rang. Unknown number. I answered. Mr. Mira. The voice was smooth, professional, male. My name is Marcus Venn. I work security for the Hartwick family. I believe you know why I'm calling. I can guess. Then you know you're making a very poor choice. You have 8 minutes to bring Ms. Hartwick to the Riverside estate. After that, the consequences will be severe. She doesn't want to go back. What Ms. Hartwick wants is irrelevant. She is legally married to Nathan Hartwick. Her place is with her husband. Her place is anywhere she feels safe. And that's not with a man who keeps photographs of women he's hurt. Silence on the other end. Then Marcus Venn's voice came back colder. I see she's been telling stories. Ms. Hartwick has a history of dramatic behavior and questionable stability. Her father has been very patient with her episodes. Is that what you call running from abuse? An episode. I call it a breach of contract. The Hartwick and Hartwick-Vance families entered into a binding agreement. Ms. Hartwick's cooperation was part of that agreement. By helping her violate it, you've made yourself party to a civil and potentially criminal matter. Then arrest me. Call the police. File charges. Do whatever you think you need to do. The police are already on their way to your location, Mr. Mira. They're going to have questions about why you picked up a distressed woman and didn't immediately report it. Questions about whether you're holding her against her will. Questions about your financial situation and whether you saw an opportunity to extract money from a wealthy family. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I didn't take her against her will. Prove it. Show us where she is. Demonstrate that she's safe and acting of her own volition. And we can clear this up very quickly. He paused. Or continue to obstruct and we'll assume the worst. We'll assume you saw a vulnerable woman in a wedding dress and decided to take advantage. We'll assume you're holding her somewhere, making demands, putting her at risk. You know that's not true. Truth is what can be proven in court, Mr. Mira. And right now, the evidence suggests a taxi driver with significant debt and a dying daughter picked up a woman from one of the wealthiest families in the state and then disappeared with her for hours. That's called kidnapping. That's called extortion. That's 20 years in federal prison. I felt the trap closing around me. Every choice I'd made tonight, every decision that felt right in the moment, being twisted into evidence of guilt. 6 minutes, Marcus Venn said. Bring her to the estate or accept the consequences. Those are your only options. He hung up. I sat there staring at the hospital entrance, my mind racing. If I went inside to see Emma, they'd grab me, question me for hours while they searched for Olivia. Probably arrest me, probably charge me with exactly what Marcus Venn had described. But if I didn't go in, Emma would wake up and I wouldn't be there. She'd ask the nurses where Daddy was, and they'd have to tell her they didn't know. She'd be scared and alone and wondering if I'd abandoned her. My phone rang again. Different number this time. I answered. David, it's Dr. Owens. Relief flooded through me. Doctor, I was just about to. Don't come to the hospital. Her voice was urgent, quiet. There are 2 men in suits waiting in the lobby. They've been showing staff a photo of you, asking if anyone's seen you. They told the front desk there with the FBI, but I don't believe them. They're not FBI. They're private security working for the Hartwick family. I thought it might be something like that. David, what have you gotten yourself into? Something complicated. Something that might help Emma or might destroy everything. I don't know which yet. The men are watching the entrance. If you come in, they'll see you. She paused. But Emma's awake. She's asking for you. I told her you'd be here soon. I closed my eyes. Can you tell her I love her? Tell her Daddy's fixing something important and I'll see her as soon as I can. David. Please, Dr. Owens. Just tell her that. Tell her I haven't forgotten about her and I'm doing everything I can to make sure she gets better. There's something else you should know. I got a call 20 minutes ago from Dr. Raymond Foster. He said he's arranging funding for Emma's treatment through a foundation grant. Said it should be approved within 48 hours. The relief was so intense it hurt. He really called? He did. And David, Dr. Foster doesn't make empty promises. If he says the funding will come through, it will. Her voice softened. Whatever you're involved in, whatever risk you're taking, maybe you don't have to anymore. Maybe you can step back and let other people handle it. I thought about Olivia driving north toward a cabin in the mountains. About her mother being loaded into an ambulance for transport to a hospital where her father couldn't use her as leverage. About Dr. Foster putting his career on the line to help people he barely knew. I can't step back. Not yet. But knowing Emma's treatment is covered, that helps more than you know. Then be careful. And David, whatever happens, Emma will understand. She's braver than you think. I know she is. She's the bravest person I've ever met. I hung up and checked the time.
5:28 am.
2 minutes until the deadline. My phone buzzed with a text from Marcus Venn. Time's up, Mr. Mira. You made your choice. Now live with the consequences. I started the engine and pulled out of the hospital parking lot. Not because I was running scared, but because staying accomplished nothing. They knew where I was. They were watching for me. And Emma's treatment was secure now, which meant the one thing they could leverage against me was gone. I needed to disappear for a while, figure out my next move. Maybe call a lawyer, maybe contact media, maybe just hide until Dr. Foster worked out a way to protect Olivia and her mother. I was 2 blocks from the hospital when the police lights appeared in my rearview mirror. My heart jumped into my throat. I checked my speed, 35 in a 40 zone, nothing illegal. Signal working, brake lights functional, registration current. No reason for them to pull me over except they'd been told to look for my car. The lights flashed brighter. A siren chirped once.
Pull over.
2 officers approached, one on each side of my car. The one on the driver's side was older, maybe 50, with the kind of weathered face that came from years of night shifts and dealing with humanity's worst moments. His partner was younger, hand resting on his weapon. The older officer tapped on my window. I rolled it down. License and registration, please. I handed them over with steady hands. Is there a problem, officer? He studied my license. David Mira. You drive a taxi, Mr. Mira? Yes, sir. But this is my personal vehicle. Where are you coming from at this hour? Just finished my shift. Was heading home. Your shift ended at the hospital? I hesitated. That hesitation told him everything he needed to know. Step out of the vehicle, please. Am I being arrested? Just step out of the vehicle, Mr. Mira. I complied, keeping my hands visible. The younger officer moved to search my car while the older one kept me by the trunk. We got a report about a missing person, the older officer said. Woman in her mid-20s. Last seen getting into a taxi matching your company's description. You know anything about that? I picked up a fare earlier tonight, yes. Where is she now? I dropped her at her requested destination. Which was where? I met his eyes. I don't remember the exact address. Somewhere on the north side. You don't remember. I do a lot of fares. They blur together. The younger officer called out from my car. Vehicle's clean. No signs of struggle. No personal belongings that aren't his. The older officer studied me for a long moment. Mr. Mira, I'm going to be straight with you. We got a call from some very connected people who say you may have kidnapped a woman. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but I do know that when very connected people make accusations, Things tend to go badly for the accused regardless of what actually happened. I didn't kidnap anyone. The woman I picked up hired me for a ride. She paid. I drove her where she wanted to go. She got out. That's it. Then you won't mind coming down to the station to answer a few questions. Clear this whole thing up. It wasn't a request. I could refuse, demand a lawyer, make them arrest me officially. But that would just delay the inevitable and make me look guilty. Am I under arrest? Not yet. But you're definitely a person of interest in an ongoing investigation. He gestured toward the police car. Come on. Let's get this sorted out. I rode in the back of the police car to the station, watching the sun come up over Portland through the cage that separated me from the front seat. The city looked beautiful in the early morning light, clean and new and full of possibility for everyone except me. At the station, they put me in an interview room. Gray walls, metal table, chairs bolted to the floor. The older officer brought me coffee that tasted like it had been sitting in the pot since yesterday. Someone will be with you shortly, he said, and left me alone. I sat there for what felt like hours but was probably only 40 minutes, staring at the two-way mirror, imagining who was behind it. Police detectives, probably. Maybe Marcus Venn. Maybe lawyers for the Hartwick family, watching and planning their next move. Finally, the door opened. But it wasn't a detective who walked in. It was a woman in an expensive charcoal suit, carrying a leather briefcase and wearing the expression of someone who'd never lost an argument in her life. Mr. Mira, my name is Victoria Cross. I'm an attorney with Hartwick Industries Legal Department. She sat down across from me without asking permission. We need to have a conversation about your situation. I didn't ask for a lawyer. You didn't have to. Mr. Hartwick is very concerned about your well-being and wants to ensure you have proper representation during this difficult time. How generous of him. She ignored the sarcasm. Let me be direct. You are in serious legal trouble. Kidnapping, extortion, possibly human trafficking charges are all on the table. The evidence against you is substantial. You picked up a distressed woman in the middle of the night, failed to report it to authorities, and disappeared with her for hours. You have significant financial motivation given your daughter's medical expenses. I didn't kidnap anyone. I believe you. But what you believe and what you can prove in court are very different things. She opened her briefcase and pulled out a document. However, the Hartwick family is willing to be reasonable. If you cooperate fully, tell us where Olivia is, help us bring her home safely, all charges will be dropped. Additionally, we'll provide a one-time payment of $50,000 to cover your daughter's medical expenses. $50,000. Double what they'd originally offered. More than enough for Emma's treatment and then some. And if I don't cooperate? Victoria's expression didn't change. Then you'll be charged with multiple felonies. You'll spend years in prison while your daughter's condition deteriorates without her father there to advocate for her care. By the time you're released, she'll either be dead or she won't remember who you are. The cruelty was delivered so matter-of-factly it took my breath away. You're threatening a dying child to get what you want. I'm explaining the consequences of your choices. You involved yourself in a family matter that didn't concern you. You helped Olivia violate a legal marriage contract and assisted in what amounts to theft of medical care for her mother. Those actions have consequences. She slid the document across the table. This is a statement admitting you picked up Olivia Hartwick, transported her to an undisclosed location, and are willing to cooperate with efforts to return her to her family. Sign it, tell us where she is, and this all goes away. I looked at the document, looked at Victoria Cross with her expensive suit and her complete lack of human empathy, looked at the two-way mirror and wondered if Nathan Hartwick was back there, watching this play out like it was another photograph for his collection. No, I said. Victoria raised an eyebrow. Excuse me?
No.
I'm not signing anything. I'm not telling you where Olivia is. And I'm not helping you drag her back to a man who terrorizes women for entertainment. Mr. Mira, you're not thinking clearly. Your daughter. My daughter's treatment is already covered. Dr. Raymond Foster called Children's Memorial this morning. Emma's going to get the care she needs whether I cooperate with you or not. Something flickered across Victoria's face. Surprise, maybe, or calculation. Dr. Foster has no authority to. He has foundation grants and board positions and connections you apparently didn't account for. So the leverage you think you have over me, it's gone. Which means I can sit here and refuse to help you without worrying that Emma will suffer for it. Victoria was quiet for a moment, reassessing. Even without the financial pressure, you're still facing serious criminal charges. Then charge me. Arrest me officially, let me call my own lawyer. Let's see how this plays out in front of a judge and jury. I leaned forward. Because I'm betting that when this story goes public, taxi driver helps abused bride escape billionaire groom with a history of violence. The optics aren't going to favor the Hartwick family. Nathan Hartwick has never been charged with any crime. Not charged doesn't mean not guilty, just means powerful enough to make problems disappear. I met her eyes. But I'm betting there are other women, other photographs, other victims who might be willing to come forward if they see someone standing up to him.
Victoria stood abruptly.
You're making a serious mistake. Maybe, but it's my mistake to make. She gathered her documents and headed for the door, then paused. Mr. Mira, you seem like a decent man in a bad situation. A man trying to do right by his daughter. I respect that. But you need to understand something about the Hartwick family. They don't lose. They don't compromise. They don't forgive. Whatever protection you think you have, whatever plans you've made, they're not enough. They will destroy you, and they will do it in ways you can't even imagine. Then I guess I'll find out what destruction looks like. She left. I sat alone in the interview room for another hour. No one came to question me. No one brought me water or offered to let me make a phone call. They were leaving me to stew, to second-guess my choices, to wonder if I just made the worst decision of my life. My phone had been confiscated when I arrived, so I had no way of knowing what was happening outside this room. No way to check if Olivia had made it to the cabin safely. No way to call Dr. Foster and ask if Emma's funding was truly secure. I just had to sit with my choices and hope they meant something. Finally, the door opened again. The older police officer from earlier stepped in. You're free to go, Mr. Mira. I blinked. What? The Hartwick family has declined to press charges at this time. Says they'd like to handle this matter privately. He gestured toward the door. Your personal effects are at the front desk. Your car is still where we stopped you. We'll arrange for someone to drive you there. That's it? I'm just free to leave. Apparently, he didn't look happy about it. Word of advice, though? Whatever you're involved in, whatever point you're trying to make, it's not worth it. People like the Hartwicks don't play fair. They don't forget. And they sure as hell don't forgive. So I've been told. I collected my phone and wallet from the front desk and accepted a ride back to my Honda from a junior officer who didn't say a single word during the drive. My car was right where I'd left it, looking lonely in the growing morning light. I sat in the driver's seat and checked my phone. 23 missed calls. Dozens of texts. Most from unknown numbers. A few from Emma's hospital. One text made my blood run cold. It was from Dr. Owens, sent 40 minutes ago. David, 2 men tried to take Emma from her room. Said they were transferring her to a different facility. I stopped them and called security. Hospital is on lockdown. Where are you? My hands started shaking. They'd gone after Emma. Not as leverage, not as a threat, but as an actual target. They'd tried to take my daughter from her hospital room. I called Dr. Owens immediately. She answered on the first ring. David, thank God. Where have you been? Police station. Long story. Is Emma safe? She's safe. Security removed the men from the building and we flagged her room for extra monitoring. But David, they had forged transfer papers. They looked completely legitimate. If I hadn't been there to verify with Emma's care team, they might have actually succeeded in removing her. Did they say where they were taking her? Some private facility upstate. Said you'd arranged it because you couldn't afford her care here. Dr. Owen's voice was tight with anger. They were going to kidnap her right out of her hospital bed and make it look legal. I felt rage building in my chest, hot and sharp. I'm coming to the hospital. David, I don't think that's. I need to see my daughter. I need to make sure she's okay. And I need to talk to hospital administration about security protocols because apparently 2 men with fake papers can just walk into a pediatric oncology ward and try to steal a patient. We're already addressing that. But yes, Emma's been asking for you. She's scared, David. She doesn't understand what's happening. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I drove back to Children's Memorial doing 20 over the speed limit, not caring if I got pulled over again. They'd crossed a line. Threatening me was one thing. Using Emma as leverage was another. But actually attempting to take her? That was war. I parked illegally in the emergency zone and ran inside. Security stopped me at the front desk. New protocols. Dr. Owens had warned them I was coming. They verified my ID, checked me against Emma's approved visitor list, and finally let me through. Emma's room was on the 4th floor. I took the stairs 2 at a time. She was sitting up in bed when I burst through the door. Her bald head covered by the pink beanie she refused to take off even during treatment. She looked small and fragile and so brave. "Daddy!" Her face lit up. "The nurses said you were busy, but I knew you'd come." I crossed the room and pulled her into a careful hug, mindful of the 4 lines and monitor wires. "I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry I wasn't here earlier." "It's okay. Dr. Owens said you were fixing something important." She pulled back to look at me. "Did you fix it?" "I'm working on it. Some men came to my room. They said they were going to take me to a better hospital where I could get special treatment." Her voice dropped. "But I didn't like them. They had mean eyes." "You don't have to worry about them. They're gone. Dr. Owens made them leave. She told them she'd call the police if they didn't go away." Emma smiled. "She was really brave." "She was. And so were you." I smoothed her beanie. "Listen, baby, I need to tell you something. Some things are going to be different for a little while. I might not be able to visit as often as I'd like. But that doesn't mean I've forgotten about you or stopped fighting for you. Okay?" Her smile faded. "Are you in trouble?" "It's complicated. But I promise everything I'm doing is to make sure you get better." "Because of the money?" I hesitated. Emma was 7, but she wasn't stupid. She'd heard enough conversations between doctors and nurses to understand that her treatment was expensive. That insurance companies made decisions based on costs rather than what patients needed. "Partly because of money," I admitted. "But also because I met someone who needed help and I decided to help her. And some powerful people are angry about that." "Was she nice? The person you helped?" I thought about Olivia in her torn wedding dress, terrified and desperate and still trying to save her mother despite everything. "Yes, she was nice. And she was in danger." "Then you did the right thing." Emma said it with complete certainty. "You're always telling me to help people who need it, even when it's hard." "You're right. I do say that. So you can't be in trouble for doing what you taught me to do. That wouldn't be fair." I felt tears burning at the corners of my eyes. "No, baby. It wouldn't be fair. But sometimes the world isn't fair. Then we have to make it fair." She squeezed my hand with surprising strength. "Right? Right?" We sat together for a while, just holding hands and watching morning cartoons on the small TV mounted to the wall. Emma dozed off eventually, exhausted from her interrupted night. Dr. Owens came by around 8. "The foundation grant came through," she said quietly, standing in the doorway. "Dr. Foster pushed it through on an emergency basis. Emma's next treatment phase is fully funded." Relief washed over me again. "Thank you. For everything. For stopping those men. For taking care of Emma. For... David, you need to know something." She glanced at Emma's sleeping form, then gestured for me to step into the hallway. "I got a call from the hospital's legal department. The Hartwick family has filed a formal complaint alleging that you've been harassing their family members and making threats. They're requesting a restraining order that would prevent you from coming within 500 feet of any Hartwick property or family member." "That's ridiculous. I haven't threatened anyone." "I know. But they have lawyers and influence, and they're using both to make your life difficult." She paused. "There's more. They've also filed a complaint with Child Protective Services alleging that you're engaging in criminal activity that puts Emma at risk. CPS is going to want to interview you, evaluate your home situation, possibly even place Emma in temporary foster care while they investigate. I felt the floor drop out from under me. They can't do that. They can't take Emma away from me. They can if they can convince a judge you're unfit or dangerous. And with the resources the Hartwick family has, they might succeed. Dr. Owens looked genuinely distressed. David, I don't know what you're involved in, but you need to be very careful. These people are coming after everything you care about. I know. They already tried to kidnap my daughter this morning. Which is exactly what they'll twist in court. They'll say you're paranoid, unstable, putting Emma in danger with your delusions. She touched my arm. I'll testify on your behalf if it comes to that. I'll make it clear that you're a devoted father and that Emma is better off with you than in the system. But you need to prepare for a fight. I've been fighting for 3 months. This is different. This is the kind of fight that destroys people. I looked through the window at Emma, sleeping peacefully despite everything happening around her. 7 years old and braver than most adults. 7 years old and depending on me to keep her safe. Then I guess I'll have to be someone who can't be destroyed. Dr. Owens nodded slowly. Dr. Foster left you a message. He said to tell you that the package has been delivered safely to the secure location and that you should avoid contact for at least 48 hours while things settle. The package. Olivia and her mother. They'd made it. Did he say anything else? He said that sometimes the right choice looks like the wrong choice until enough time passes, and that you shouldn't second-guess yourself just because people with power are telling you you're wrong. She smiled slightly. He also said he's dealt with the Hartwick family before, and they're not as untouchable as they think they are. I hope he's right. So do I. I stayed with Emma for another hour, watching her sleep and trying to memorize every detail of her face. The way her eyelashes rested against her cheeks. The small smile that played at her lips even in sleep. The rise and fall of her chest that meant she was still here, still fighting, still believing that her daddy could fix anything. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. You've made your position clear, Mr. Mira. Now we'll make ours clear. By this time tomorrow, you'll have lost everything that matters to you. Your daughter, your freedom, your future. The only question is whether you'll watch it happen from inside a prison cell or from the gutter where you belong. I read it twice, then deleted it. They were coming for me with everything they had. Legal battles, custody fights, criminal charges, character assassination. They would use every resource at their disposal to destroy me for the crime of helping one woman escape a nightmare. And maybe they'd succeed. Maybe I really was about to lose everything. But sitting there in that hospital room, watching my daughter sleep, I realized something important. I'd already lost so much over the past 3 months. Lost my marriage, my savings, my certainty that the world operated on any principle besides power and money. Lost sleep and hope and the belief that playing by the rules would ever be enough. What I'd gained tonight was different. I'd gained the knowledge that I could look at power and refuse to bow. That I could see someone suffering and choose to help even when it cost me everything. That I could be the kind of man my daughter believed I was, the kind who did the right thing even when it was hard. They could take my freedom. They could take my money. They could even try to take Emma, though I'd fight that with every breath in my body. But they couldn't take the choice I'd made. They couldn't unmake the moment when I'd put the car in drive and helped Olivia escape. They couldn't erase the fact that somewhere in the mountains, a woman and her mother were safe because I'd decided some things mattered more than my own survival. I kissed Emma's forehead gently, careful not to wake her. I love you, baby, I whispered. Whatever happens next, I want you to know that everything I did was to make the world a little bit better for you. A little bit more fair. A little bit more like the world you deserve to grow up in. She stirred slightly, murmuring something in her sleep that sounded like, Daddy. I stood and walked to the door, where Dr. Owens was waiting. I need to disappear for a while, I said. Can you make sure Emma's protected? Make sure no one tries to take her again. I'll personally authorize a security detail for her room. No one gets in without proper credentials verified by me directly. Thank you. Where will you go? Somewhere they won't think to look. Somewhere I can figure out my next move. I paused. If CPS comes around, tell them the truth. that I'm a good father who's doing everything possible to save his daughter. Tell them Emma is loved and cared for, and that taking her away from me would be the cruelest thing anyone could do to her. I will. I left the hospital through a side exit, avoiding the main lobby where security cameras would track my movements. The morning was bright and clear, the kind of day that promised good things for people whose lives weren't falling apart. I got in my Honda and started driving with no particular destination in mind. Just away. Away from the hospital, away from my apartment, away from anywhere the Hartwick family's people would expect to find me. My phone rang. I didn't recognize the number, but something made me answer anyway. David, Mira? A woman's voice, older, with an accent I couldn't quite place. Who's asking? My name is Margaret Mira. I'm a journalist with the Portland Tribune. I understand you were involved in an incident last night regarding Olivia Hartwick. My first instinct was to hang up. But then I remembered what I'd told Victoria Cross, that the story going public would hurt the Hartwicks more than it hurt me. What kind of incident? I asked carefully. The kind where a taxi driver helps a bride escape her wedding to a man with a concerning history. The kind where powerful people start making threats and filing legal complaints against someone who can't afford to fight back. She paused. The kind of story I've been trying to write for 3 years. If I can find someone brave enough to go on record. 3 years. Nathan Hartwick has been hurting women for a long time, Mr. Mira, but they're all too scared to come forward. Too worried about what the family will do to them. Too aware of how much power the Hartwicks have over law enforcement and media and the legal system. Margaret's voice hardened. I've interviewed 6 women who had encounters with Nathan. All of them have similar stories. All of them refused to let me use their names. But if even one person goes on record, if even one victim stands up publicly, the others might find the courage to do the same. What are you asking me? I'm asking you to tell me what happened last night. Everything. And I'm asking you to let me publish it with your name attached. Give people a reason to pay attention. Give other victims a reason to believe they won't be alone if they come forward. I thought about Olivia's face in the back seat of my taxi. The terror in her eyes when she talked about Nathan's photographs. The bruises on her shoulder and the torn lace of her wedding dress. I thought about Emma asking me if I was in trouble for helping someone. Her absolute certainty that doing the right thing couldn't be wrong. If I talk to you, the Hartwicks will destroy me, I said. They're already trying to destroy you. At least this way you control part of the narrative. Margaret paused. And Mr. Mira? I have lawyers. Good ones. If you agree to go public, my paper will provide legal representation for you.
Pro bono.
We protect our sources, and we fight back against people who use wealth to silence victims. You do that. I've been waiting 3 years for someone to give me this story. Yes, I do that. I pulled into a parking lot and sat there with the engine running, staring at nothing. Everything I'd done so far had been reactive. Running from threats, dodging consequences, trying to stay ahead of people with more resources than I could imagine. But going public would be different. Going public would be choosing to fight back. It would also put an even bigger target on my back. And on Emma's. But maybe that target was already there. Maybe pretending I could hide or run or avoid the Hartwick family's attention was just delaying the inevitable. Okay, I said. I'll tell you everything. But I need your promise that you'll protect my daughter. That if the Hartwicks come after her because of this story, your lawyers will fight for her custody. That she won't suffer because I decided to speak up. You have my word. Then let's meet. Somewhere public, somewhere with witnesses. I'll tell you what happened to Olivia Hartwick and why she ran. And you can decide if it's the story you've been waiting for. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in 2 hours. Neutral location, public space, plenty of people around to discourage anyone from trying anything aggressive. I hung up and sat there for a long moment, letting the weight of what I just agreed to settle over me. I was about to make everything worse. About to escalate from quiet resistance to public confrontation. About to give the Hartwick family every reason to come after me with everything they had. But I was also about to give other victims a voice. About to show Emma that standing up to bullies mattered even when the bullies had billions of dollars. About to become exactly the kind of person I'd always told my daughter to be. Someone who did the right thing even when it cost them everything. My phone buzzed with another text from Marcus Venn. Last chance to walk away, Mr. Mira. After this, there's no going back. I typed a response. I know. That's the point. Then I put my car in drive and headed toward the coffee shop where a journalist was waiting to hear the story that might finally hold Nathan Hartwick accountable for his crimes. The story that might save Olivia. Or the story that might destroy us both. I guess I was about to find out which. The coffee shop was called Brew Haven, a small place tucked between a bookstore and a dry cleaner in a neighborhood that hadn't quite decided if it was trendy or tired. I arrived 20 minutes early and parked where I could see both entrances. Margaret Mira arrived exactly on time. I recognized her from the photo on her Tribune byline. Late 50s, gray hair cut short, wearing practical jeans and a blazer that had seen better days. She carried a worn leather bag and moved with the purposeful stride of someone who'd spent decades chasing stories that mattered. She spotted me immediately and walked over. Mr. Mira? David. Just David. Margaret. She sat down across from me, pulling out a digital recorder and a notebook. Thank you for agreeing to meet. I know this isn't easy. Easy stopped being an option about 12 hours ago. She smiled slightly. Then let's not waste time. Tell me everything that happened last night, starting from when you first got the call about the pickup at Riverside Estate. So I did. I told her about the dispatcher offering double rate, about finding Olivia stumbling out of the bushes in her torn wedding dress, about the bruises and the terror in her eyes. I told her about Nathan's photographs and his promises that she'd learn to enjoy it, about the letter slipped under my door and the deadline and the threats against Emma. Margaret listened without interrupting, occasionally making notes but mostly just watching my face with the intense focus of someone trained to spot lies. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. You're telling me that Olivia Hartwick told you directly that Nathan showed her photographs of women he'd assaulted, and that he threatened to do the same to her? Yes. And that you witnessed injuries consistent with physical assault? Bruising on her shoulder, scraped hands from climbing down the trellis and jumping the wall. The wedding dress was torn and soaked through. Did you take any photographs? Any evidence? I shook my head. I wasn't thinking about documentation. I was thinking about getting her away from there. Understandable, but it makes corroboration harder. Margaret made another note. What happened after you left the estate? I told her about the pharmacy, the apartment, Dr. Foster's intervention, the attempt to take Emma from the hospital. All of it, laying out the full sequence of events while Margaret's pen scratched across her notebook. Dr. Raymond Foster, she said thoughtfully. He's involved in this? He's the one who helped move Olivia's mother to safety. Said he'd been fighting with Richard Hartwick over Catherine's treatment for months. That's interesting. Very interesting. Margaret looked up. Dr. Foster has a reputation for being difficult to intimidate. Old money, independent funding, no financial ties to the Hartwick empire. If he's willing to corroborate your account, it adds significant credibility. You think people won't believe me otherwise? I think you're a taxi driver with mounting debt and a dying daughter who spent several hours alone with one of the richest women in the state before she disappeared. Margaret's tone was matter-of-fact, not cruel. The Hartwick family will paint you as opportunistic at best, criminal at worst. We need independent corroboration to counter that narrative. What about the other women? The ones you interviewed? They're terrified. And with good reason. Nathan Hartwick has an entire legal team dedicated to protecting his reputation. Every woman I've spoken to has been threatened, discredited, or paid off. Most of them signed NDAs in exchange for settlement money. She paused. But if your story creates enough public pressure, if we can demonstrate a pattern of behavior, some of them might reconsider coming forward. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number, but I recognized the pattern now. Another Hartwick message. Enjoying your coffee, David? The one you bought with the last of your cash while your daughter sits alone in a hospital bed? I looked around the coffee shop. Customers at other tables, barista behind the counter, traffic passing outside. Someone was watching me. Someone close enough to know where I was and what I was doing. I showed the text to Margaret. Her expression hardened. They're trying to intimidate you, make you feel exposed and vulnerable. It's working. Good. Use that. She leaned forward. Fear is useful if you channel it correctly. They want you scared enough to back down. Instead, be scared enough to fight harder. Another text arrived. We know about the journalist. We know about the story. Publish it and we'll sue you both into oblivion. Defamation, libel, intentional infliction of emotional distress. You'll spend the next decade in court fighting charges you can't afford to defend against. Margaret's phone buzzed at the same time. She checked it and laughed. A sharp, bitter sound. They sent me the same message. How thoughtful. She put her phone face down on the table. David, I need you to understand something. This story will make your life harder before it makes anything better. The Hartwick family will attack your credibility, your character, your fitness as a parent. They'll dig up every mistake you've ever made and present it as evidence that you're unreliable. I know. Do you? Because I've watched this family destroy people. I've seen careers ended, reputations shattered, lives ruined. All because someone decided to speak truth to power. She held my gaze. If we publish this story, there's no taking it back. You'll be locked into this fight whether you want to be or not. I thought about Emma asking if I was in trouble for helping someone. About Olivia in the back of my taxi, shaking and crying and desperate. About Dr. Foster putting his career on the line to move Catherine to safety. I'm already locked into this fight, I said. The only question is whether I go down silent or whether I make enough noise that people pay attention. Margaret smiled. A real smile this time, warm and approving. Good. Then let's make some noise. She spent the next hour asking detailed questions, filling in timeline gaps, pressing me on specifics. What time did I pick up Olivia? What exactly did she say about Nathan's photographs? Who else saw us that night? Could anyone corroborate my account? I answered everything as honestly as I could, even the parts that made me look bad. The moments I'd hesitated, the times I'd considered turning back, the calculation about the reward money and whether it would be enough to save Emma. Don't hide that, Margaret said when I mentioned my hesitation. The fact that you struggled with the decision makes you human, makes you relatable. Heroes who never doubt themselves don't exist outside of movies. I don't feel like a hero. Good heroes never do. She closed her notebook. I'm going to write this story and submit it to my editor this afternoon. It'll probably run in tomorrow's paper, both print and online. Once it's published, everything changes. Are you ready for that?
No.
But I'm doing it anyway. That's the definition of courage. She stood. I'll need to contact Dr. Foster for corroboration, and I'll reach out to the other women I've interviewed, see if any of them are willing to add their voices now that someone else is going first. With luck, we'll have a comprehensive piece that's too well documented for the Hartwicks to simply dismiss. And if they sue anyway, then we fight. The Tribune has excellent libel insurance and even better lawyers. As long as we stick to provable facts and documented accounts, we're on solid legal ground. She paused. But David, you personally might face legal action. Civil suits, criminal charges, custody battles. The paper can provide legal support, but we can't shield you from everything. I understand. Good. Stay reachable. I'll call you before we publish. Give you one last chance to back out if you change your mind. She left. I sat alone with my cooling coffee, watching people go about their normal Thursday morning routines. Shopping for groceries, heading to work, complaining about traffic. Normal people living normal lives that didn't include billionaire families threatening their children. My phone rang. Dr. Owens. David, where are you? Coffee shop across town. Why? You need to get back to the hospital. Now. Her voice was tight with stress. CPS showed up 20 minutes ago. They're interviewing Emma, and they have a court order for emergency custody evaluation. My heart stopped. What does that mean? It means they can remove Emma from my care and place her in temporary foster housing while they investigate allegations that you're unfit. I'm trying to delay them, but they have legal authority and they're not backing down. I'm on my way. I ran to my car and drove back to Children's Memorial doing 20 over the limit the entire way. My mind raced faster than the Honda's struggling engine. Emergency custody evaluation. Foster care. They were actually trying to take Emma away. I called Dr. Foster on the way. He answered on the second ring. David, I was about to call you. A journalist from the Tribune contacted me for comment on Olivia's situation. Margaret Mira. I talked to her this morning. Did you corroborate my story? I gave her a statement confirming that I helped relocate Catherine Hartwick for medical reasons, and that I have concerns about Nathan Hartwick's character based on information provided by Olivia. He paused. I also mentioned that Richard Hartwick has been pressuring me to enroll Catherine in a pharmaceutical trial against my medical advice. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Richard called me 30 minutes ago. Very polite, very professional. Informed me that the hospital board is meeting this afternoon to discuss my continued privileges at Cedar Hills. Apparently, several members have concerns about my judgment and professional conduct. They're coming after you too. They're coming after everyone who helped Olivia, which is exactly what I expected. Dr. Foster's voice was calm despite the news. But I've been practicing medicine for 35 years and I have tenure on 3 hospital boards. They can make my life difficult, but they can't silence me. Focus on protecting your daughter. I'll handle my own battles. CPS is trying to take Emma into foster care. Silence on the other end. Then, do you have a family lawyer? I can barely afford my rent. I definitely can't afford a family lawyer. I'm sending you contact information for Rebecca Torres. She specializes in custody cases and she owes me several favors. I'll call her myself and explain the situation. He paused. David, do not let CPS take Emma without a fight. Demand to see the court order. Demand time to secure legal representation. Make them follow every procedure exactly. The more you can delay, the more time Rebecca has to file countermotions. Okay, thank you. One more thing. The woman you helped last night, she's safe. Her mother is stable. Whatever happens next, you did the right thing. He hung up. I reached the hospital 15 minutes later and parked in the emergency zone again. Security recognized me from earlier and waved me through without checking ID. Emma's room was crowded when I arrived. Dr. Owens stood near the bed, arms crossed and expression stormy. Emma sat propped up on pillows, looking small and scared. And next to the bed stood a woman in a gray suit with a clipboard and the kind of expression that suggested she'd seen every manipulation tactic parents could throw at her and wasn't impressed by any of them. Mr. Mira? The woman looked up as I entered. I'm Sandra Michaels with Child Protective Services. We need to speak about Emma's living situation. Where's your court order? She pulled a document from her clipboard and handed it over. I scanned it quickly, lots of legal language, but the core message was clear. Emergency custody evaluation authorized based on allegations that I was engaging in criminal activity that posed a risk to my minor child's welfare and safety. This says allegations, I said. Not evidence. Not proof. Just allegations. Allegations are sufficient for an emergency evaluation. We're authorized to remove Emma from this facility and place her in temporary foster care while we investigate your fitness as a parent. You're not taking my daughter anywhere. Mr. Mira, I understand you're upset, but this is a legal process. If you interfere, I can have hospital security remove you and charges of obstruction will be added to your file. Then start charging, because I'm not letting you take a 6-7-year-old away from the only parent she has because some billionaire family filed a complaint to intimidate me. Sandra's expression didn't change. This isn't about intimidation. This is about ensuring Emma's safety. We have reports that you've been involved in a kidnapping, that you're facing criminal charges, that you've engaged in erratic behavior that suggests mental instability. All lies. All fabricated by people trying to silence me. That's what the investigation will determine. But until then, Emma needs to be in a safe environment. She is in a safe environment. She's in a hospital with excellent doctors and round-the-clock care. She's in a hospital because you can't afford to care for her at home. And according to our information, you're currently unemployed and facing significant debt. I felt rage building in my chest. I'm a taxi driver. I've been working 12-hour shifts 6 days a week trying to pay for her treatment. The only reason I'm unemployed right now is because I helped a woman escape from an abusive marriage and the woman's family is retaliating. That's your version of events. The Hartwick family's version is quite different. I'm sure it is. Daddy. Emma's small voice cut through the tension. What's happening? Why is this lady saying I have to leave? I moved to her bedside, taking her hand. It's okay, baby. This is just a misunderstanding. Nobody's taking you anywhere. Sandra stepped forward. Mr. Mira, I'm trying to be reasonable here, but if you don't cooperate, I will call hospital security and have you removed. Then I'll take Emma into protective custody, whether you're here to protest or not. I want my lawyer present before any custody transfer occurs. You have the right to legal representation during the investigation. You don't have the right to delay emergency protective measures. Show me the emergency. Show me one piece of evidence that Emma is in immediate danger from me. Sandra consulted her clipboard. You've been involved in a police investigation. You've made contact with individuals associated with organized crime. You've demonstrated erratic behavior, including unexplained absences and failure to maintain consistent contact with medical staff regarding Emma's care. Organized crime? What are you talking about? Our report indicates you've been in communication with individuals who have criminal records and connections to illegal activities. You mean Dr. Foster? The neurologist who's been practicing medicine for 35 years. I'm not at liberty to discuss our sources. Sandra's tone was maddeningly professional. But the allegations are serious enough to warrant immediate intervention. The door opened behind me. A woman in a sharp navy suit strode in, carrying a briefcase and radiating the kind of confidence that came from winning cases that should have been unwinnable. Rebecca Torres, attorney at law. I'm representing Mr. Mira in this matter. She pulled out business cards and handed them to both Sandra and Dr. Owens. I've just filed an emergency motion with family court to block any custody transfer pending a full hearing. The judge has issued a temporary stay on all CPS actions regarding Emma Mira until we can convene a proper proceeding with both parties present. Sandra's professional mask slipped for just a moment. That's not possible. I have a valid court order. You have a court order issued based on unsubstantiated allegations from a party with clear motivation to harass my client. I have a stay from a different judge who actually bothered to review the facts. Rebecca pulled out her own document. You're welcome to call your supervisor and verify, but until the stay is lifted, you're not removing this child from her father's care. Sandra took the document and stepped into the hallway to make a phone call. Rebecca turned to me. Dr. Foster briefed me on your situation. Interesting case. She smiled slightly. Also probably going to get me threatened by the Hartwick family's legal team, but I've dealt with them before. They're aggressive but not as clever as they think they are. Can they really take Emma? Not without a fight. The allegations against you are flimsy and obviously retaliatory. Any competent judge will see through them. But we need to document everything. Every interaction with CPS. Every threat from the Hartwicks. Every piece of evidence that demonstrates you're a fit parent. She glanced at Emma. How's she doing medically? Treatment is progressing well, Dr. Owens answered. She's responding better than expected to the current protocol. With the funding Dr. Foster secured, we can proceed with the next phase as scheduled. Good. That helps. Rebecca made notes on a tablet. Medical stability strengthens our argument that removing her from current care would be harmful. And the fact that Dr. Foster, a respected physician, is personally vouching for David's character carries weight. Sandra returned, her expression tight. The stay is valid. We're suspending the custody transfer pending the hearing scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. She looked at me. But Mr. Mira, you need to understand that this is temporary. If the judge determines that Emma is at risk in your care, she will be removed regardless of your protests. Then I guess I better make sure the judge hears the truth. Sandra left. The room felt suddenly quieter, like the pressure had dropped even though the danger remained. Rebecca sat down in the chair by Emma's bed. Okay, David, here's what happens next. Tomorrow morning we go before Judge Patricia Morrison. She's fair, thorough, and doesn't particularly like being manipulated by wealthy families who think they can buy custody decisions. We'll present evidence of your fitness as a parent, medical testimony about Emma's care, and documentation of the Hartwick family's retaliatory actions. Will that be enough? It should be, but we need to prepare for them to come at you hard. They'll bring up your financial situation, your recent arrest, any past mistakes or questionable decisions. They'll paint you as unstable and Emma as a victim of your poor judgment. So what do I do? Tell the truth. All of it. Don't hide the struggles or the doubts or the moments when you considered giving up. Judges can spot rehearsed testimony a mile away. But authentic struggle, authentic love for your child, authentic effort to do right by her despite impossible circumstances, that resonates. Emma tugged on my sleeve. Daddy, am I going to have to leave? I looked at her. My brave, beautiful daughter who'd survived months of poison being pumped into her veins and never once complained about how unfair it all was. No, baby. You're staying right here with me. Promise. I hesitated. Rebecca had been clear that the outcome wasn't guaranteed, that the Hartwicks had resources and influence that could sway things in directions that had nothing to do with justice. But Emma didn't need legal qualifications. She needed her father to be certain. I promise. She smiled and settled back into her pillows. Okay, then I'm not worried. Rebecca stood. I need to file some additional motions and prepare our case for tomorrow. David, don't go anywhere alone. Don't have any interactions with Hartwick family members or their representatives without me present. And if anyone tries to contact you, document everything. Save texts. Record phone calls if legally permissible. Keep detailed notes of conversations. Understood. Dr. Owens, I'll need you to prepare a medical affidavit detailing Emma's treatment history and your professional opinion on whether separating her from her father would be harmful to her emotional and physical well-being. I'll have it ready by tonight, Dr. Owens confirmed. Rebecca left. Dr. Owens followed shortly after, leaving me alone with Emma. We sat together in silence for a while, just holding hands and watching the mid-morning sun stream through the window. Outside, the city continued its normal routines. People were getting coffee, going to meetings, complaining about their bosses. Normal problems for normal lives. I wondered what that felt like. My phone buzzed. Margaret Mira. Story is written. Editor approved it for tomorrow's print edition and online publication tonight at 8 p.m. Last chance to back out. Once this goes live, everything changes. I looked at Emma. She dozed off again, exhausted from the morning's stress. I typed back, publish it. 3 dots appeared. Then, you're sure? I'm sure. People need to know what Nathan Hartwick is, what his whole family is. Okay. The story will include your account, corroboration from Dr. Foster, and statements from 2 of the women I interviewed previously who decided to come forward after hearing your story. It's comprehensive and well documented. The Hartwicks won't be able to dismiss it easily. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm just writing what happened. You're the one who lived it. She paused. David, be safe. These people don't forgive. I know. I put my phone away and settled into the uncomfortable chair by Emma's bed. The same chair I'd spent dozens of nights in over the past months, watching her fight battles no child should have to face. Tomorrow I'd stand in front of a judge and fight to keep her. Tonight, a story would publish that would make the Hartwick family's private war against me very public. And somewhere in the mountains, Olivia and her mother were hopefully safe from the people who tried to control them. The pieces were in motion now. Too late to stop them, too late to take back any of the choices I'd made. All I could do was hold my daughter's hand and hope that telling the truth mattered more than having money and power and armies of lawyers dedicated to protecting people who hurt others. My phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me check. It was a video message. I opened it. The video was dark at first, then a light clicked on. It showed a room I didn't recognize. Concrete walls, no windows, a single chair in the center. And tied to that chair, gagged and crying, was Olivia. Nathan Hartwick stepped into frame. He smiled at the camera. Hello, David. I believe we have something of a situation here. You have my wife. I have well, I suppose I have your conscience, don't I? The woman you risked everything to save. He walked around Olivia slowly, trailing his fingers across her shoulders. She flinched at his touch. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to tell the journalist to kill that story. You're going to tell Child Protective Services that you're an unfit parent and Emma should be placed in foster care. You're going to get on camera and confess that you kidnapped my wife for ransom money. He leaned down close to Olivia's ear. And if you do all of that by midnight tonight, I'll let her go. I'll even forgive the inconvenience she caused me. He straightened up. But if you don't, well, let's just say I'm very curious to see if she photographs as beautifully as I imagine she will. The video ended. I stared at my phone, feeling everything I tried to protect crumbling around me. They had Olivia. Somehow, despite Dr. Foster's precautions and the remote cabin and every safeguard we tried to put in place, they'd found her. And now I had to choose. Save Olivia or save Emma. Protect the woman I'd helped escape or protect the daughter who'd believed I could fix anything. Let Nathan Hartwick win or lose everything I loved. The phone buzzed with a text. Midnight, David. Make your choice. Couldn't breathe. The hospital room tilted sideways, and I had to grip the edge of Emma's bed to steady myself. The video replayed in my mind. Olivia tied to that chair, the terror in her eyes, Nathan's fingers trailing across her shoulders like he owned her, like she was something he'd purchased and temporarily misplaced. I stepped into the hallway and called Dr. Foster. He answered on the first ring. David, what's wrong? They have Olivia. Nathan sent me a video. She's tied up somewhere and he's threatening to. My voice broke. How did they find her? You said the cabin was secure. Silence on the other end. Then, quietly, that's not possible. I drove her there myself. The location isn't registered in my name. There's no internet connection. No way to trace it through digital means. Then how? I don't know. Unless. He trailed off. The prepaid phone. The one you bought at the pharmacy. Did Olivia take it with her? I tried to remember. The pharmacy, the supplies, Olivia charging the phone in my car. Yes, she needed it to contact her mother's care team once things settled down. Prepaid phones can still be traced if they're powered on. If she turned it on at the cabin, even for a moment, someone monitoring cell tower pings could triangulate the location. Dr. Foster's voice was heavy. I should have thought of that. I should have told her to leave it off. This isn't your fault. It's all of our faults. We underestimated how far the Hartwick family would go. He paused. What did Nathan say in the video? I told him. The demands, the midnight deadline, the choice between Olivia and Emma. He's bluffing, Dr. Foster said, but he didn't sound convinced. He can't seriously think you'd destroy your daughter's future to save someone you barely know. I think he knows exactly what I'll do. That's why he structured it this way. I leaned against the wall. If I give in to his demands, Emma goes into foster care and I confess to crimes I didn't commit. If I don't, Olivia suffers and it's my fault for helping her in the first place. There has to be another option. Like what? We don't even know where he's holding her. We can't go to the police because half of them are on the Hartwick payroll. We can't negotiate because Nathan doesn't want anything except absolute control. My voice rose. He wins. No matter what I choose, he wins. David, I need to call Margaret. Tell her to kill the story. Wait, think about this carefully. If you cave to Nathan's demands, you're giving him exactly what he wants. Total victory with no consequences. But if the story publishes, if we expose what he is publicly, it changes the equation. He can't quietly hurt Olivia if the whole city is watching him. Or the publicity makes him more reckless. Makes him decide that punishing Olivia is worth the risk because it sends a message to anyone else who thinks about crossing him. Dr. Foster was quiet for a long moment. I don't know what the right answer is, but I know that giving bullies what they want never makes them stop. It just teaches them that threats work. Easy to say when it's not your daughter on the line. Not your conscience that gets destroyed if Olivia gets hurt because you chose wrong. You're right. I'm sorry. This is an impossible choice and I have no business telling you what to do. Decide. Whatever you decide, I'll support it. But David? Nathan Hartwick has been hurting women for years because people were too scared to stand up to him. If you break that pattern, if you refuse to let him win through intimidation, you might save more than just Olivia. Or I might get everyone killed trying to be a hero. Maybe. But some things are worth the risk. I hung up and stared at my phone. The video message sat there like a bomb waiting to detonate. I could watch it again, could study Nathan's face for clues about where he was holding Olivia, could torture myself with the details of her fear. Or I could make a choice. I called Margaret Mira. David, I was just about to. They have Olivia. Nathan Hartwick kidnapped her from the safe house and he's threatening to hurt her if I don't get you to kill the story and confess to crimes I didn't commit. Margaret sucked in a breath. When did this happen? I just got the video 10 minutes ago. Deadline is midnight tonight. Send me the video. Right now. Why? Because if Nathan Hartwick is stupid enough to film himself with a kidnapping victim and send it to you as a threat, that's evidence. That's proof of criminal activity that even his family's lawyers can't make disappear. Her voice was sharp with focus. Send it to me, send it to the police, send it to every media outlet you can think of. Make it impossible for him to quietly make this go away. He said if I don't cooperate, he'll hurt her anyway, David. Men like Nathan don't keep their promises to people they consider beneath them. If you give him what he wants, you lose everything and Olivia probably still suffers. But if you make this public, if you force him into the spotlight, you take away his ability to operate in the shadows. You don't know that. No, I don't. But I know that the only time the Hartwick family ever faces consequences is when they can't control the narrative. Right now, they think they control you. Prove them wrong. I thought about Emma sleeping in her hospital bed. About the custody hearing tomorrow morning. About the judge who would decide if I was fit to raise my own daughter. If I sent Nathan's video to the media, if I escalated this into a full public war, the Hartwick family would come after me with everything they had. They'd paint me as unstable, dangerous, willing to destroy an innocent family's reputation for attention. They'd use it against me in the custody hearing. But if I let them win through threats and intimidation, Emma would see her father cave to bullies. Would learn that power always wins. Would grow up in foster care wondering why Daddy had abandoned her. I'll send you the video, I said. But I need something from you first. Name it. I need you to promise that you'll protect Emma. That if the Hartwicks succeed in taking her away from me, you'll write about that too. You'll make sure people know what they did. That my daughter doesn't just disappear into the system while billionaires celebrate their victory. I promise. And David, you're doing the right thing. I hope you're right. I sent her the video. Then I sent it to the Portland Police Department's tip line. Then I sent it to 3 other news outlets whose email addresses I found through quick searches. Each time I hit send, I felt the weight of what I was doing settle heavier on my shoulders. I was declaring war. On people with infinite resources and no conscience. People who would destroy me and everyone I loved without hesitation. But at least I was fighting back. My phone rang immediately. Unknown number. I answered. You just made the biggest mistake of your life. Nathan Hartwick's voice was cold with rage. I gave you a chance to walk away. I gave you a clear path to save yourself and you threw it back in my face. You gave me an ultimatum designed to make me complicit in my own destruction. I chose a different path. You chose to kill Olivia. That video you sent to the media, every outlet that publishes it, every news cycle that discusses it, I'm going to make her pay. She's going to scream your name while I document every moment of her suffering. Then you'll be doing it on camera in the spotlight with the whole world watching. Good luck explaining that to your shareholders. You think publicity protects her? You think I care what people say about me? Nathan laughed. My family has weathered scandals before. We have PR firms and crisis management teams and lawyers who specialize in making inconvenient stories disappear. In 6 months, nobody will remember your name or care about some dramatic woman who regretted her wedding. Maybe, but they'll remember the video of you threatening a kidnapping victim. They'll remember Dr. Raymond Foster testifying about your father's attempted medical fraud. They'll remember the other women Margaret Mira interviewed who are coming forward now that someone broke the silence. Other women. Nathan's voice dripped contempt. You mean the ones who signed NDAs in exchange for generous settlement payments? The ones who'll be sued into bankruptcy if they violate those agreements. I mean the ones who are tired of being silent, who saw someone stand up to you and realized they didn't have to be afraid anymore. We'll see about that. Midnight, David. When that deadline passes and you haven't met my demands, everything changes. Your daughter, your freedom, your pathetic attempt at being a hero, all of it ends. He hung up. I stood in the hospital hallway, shaking with adrenaline and fear and something that felt dangerously close to hope. I just gambled everything on the belief that Nathan Hartwick could be beaten by exposure and accountability. I really hoped I was right. Dr. Owens found me 20 minutes later. David, you need to see this. She pulled up something on her phone, a news website with a breaking story banner. Margaret Mira's story went live early, and it's everywhere. I took her phone and read. Breaking. Billionaire Groom accused of assault, kidnapping in wedding night escape. Portland Tribune investigation reveals pattern of abuse allegations against Nathan Hartwick, scion of prominent business family. The article was comprehensive. My account of picking up Olivia. Dr. Foster's statement about Richard Hartwick's medical fraud. Testimony from two women who'd had prior encounters with Nathan, describing similar patterns of control and violence. And embedded in the article was the video Nathan had sent me. The whole thing unedited. Nathan's face clearly visible as he threatened Olivia. Her terror documented for everyone to see. It's been live for 15 minutes, Dr. Owens said. Already has 50,000 shares on social media. The hashtag #BelieveOlivia is trending. I scrolled through the comments. Thousands of people expressing outrage, demanding police action, sharing their own stories of abuse by powerful men who thought they were untouchable. My phone started ringing constantly. News outlets requesting interviews. Lawyers offering representation. Complete strangers sending messages of support. And then, finally, a call from a number I recognized. Rebecca Torres. David, what the hell did you do? I chose to fight back. By starting a media war with one of the most powerful families in the state 12 hours before your custody hearing? She sounded somewhere between impressed and horrified. Do you have any idea how much harder this makes my job?
I'm sorry.
I didn't see another option. No, actually, this might work in our favor. I could hear her typing rapidly. The Hartwicks were planning to paint you as unstable and dangerous. But now everyone can see that you were telling the truth. That you helped a woman escape genuine danger. That the family retaliated by trying to take your daughter. She paused. Judge Morrison is going to see this story. Everyone in the courthouse will see it. It changes the narrative from troubled father, makes poor choices to whistleblower faces retaliation for exposing abuse. So I didn't just destroy my chances? You might have actually helped them. But David, you need to prepare for the Hartwicks to escalate. They're going to be furious about the publicity. They're going to come at you with everything they have. Let them come. That's very brave and very stupid. Rebecca's voice softened. But I respect it. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow we prove to the judge that Emma belongs with her father. I returned to Emma's room. She was awake, watching cartoons and eating hospital pudding. Daddy, the nurses are acting weird. They keep checking their phones and whispering. Something happened. Something that might help us. Good something or bad something? Good, I think. But it's complicated. She considered this. Is the lady you helped okay? The one from last night. I thought about Olivia tied to that chair, Nathan's hands on her shoulders. I don't know, baby, but a lot of people know about her now. People who might be able to help. That's good, right? If more people know, more people can help. Yeah, that's good. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. You're wrong about one thing, David. The world isn't watching Nathan anymore. They're watching you. And every mistake you've made, every questionable choice, Every moment of weakness, we're gonna make sure everyone sees that too. By tomorrow morning, you'll wish you'd taken the deal. I deleted it and focused on Emma. Want to watch a movie? I asked. The one about the astronauts? Whichever one you want. We spent the rest of the afternoon watching movies and ignoring the chaos building outside the hospital room. Nurses came and went, checking Emma's vitals and bringing meals. Dr. Owens stopped by to confirm she'd completed the affidavit for tomorrow's hearing. But mostly it was just me and Emma, pretending for a few hours that the world was normal and simple and full of astronauts who solve problems by being brave and smart. My phone continued buzzing with messages. I ignored most of them, but at 6:47 p.m., a text came through that made my heart stop. It was from Olivia's number. David, it's me.
I'm okay.
I got away. Call me when you can. I stepped into the hallway immediately and dialed. She answered on the second ring. David, oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I turned on the phone at the cabin. I didn't think. Where are you? Are you safe? I'm at a police station. Eastside Precinct. After I saw the video Nathan sent you getting published, I managed to get free and run. A passing driver picked me up and brought me here. Her voice was shaking. They're saying Nathan is denying everything. That the video is staged. That I'm making false accusations for attention. We have proof. The video shows him threatening you. His lawyers are saying I was in on it. That we faked the whole thing to damage the Hartwick family's reputation. She laughed bitterly. They're claiming I have a history of mental instability and attention-seeking behavior. That's insane. That's what money buys. A narrative that contradicts reality but sounds plausible enough that people want to believe it. She paused. David, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. I should have known they'd come after everyone who helped me. I made my choice. I'm not sorry about it. Your daughter, the custody hearing. Margaret told me about it. Olivia's voice cracked. If you lose Emma because of me, I won't lose Emma. We're going to win tomorrow. And you're going to be free of Nathan. And the Hartwick family is going to learn that threatening children and kidnapping women has consequences. I hope you're right. Me too. We talked for a few more minutes. She gave me details about how she'd escaped. Nathan had gotten sloppy, left her unguarded while he made phone calls to his lawyers about the published story. She'd worked her hands free, kicked out a window, and run until she found a main road.
Lucky.
Impossibly lucky, but luck still counted. I hung up and leaned against the wall, allowing myself a moment of relief. Olivia was safe. The story was published. Tomorrow I'd fight for Emma and hopefully win. We'd made it this far. Maybe we'd make it all the way. My phone buzzed again. This time it was an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line read, "You should have taken the deal." I opened it. Inside was a dossier. 50 pages of documents, photographs, and detailed records spanning my entire adult life. Every job I'd been fired from. Every bill I'd paid late. Every argument I'd had with Emma's mother before she left. Medical records showing Emma's decline, with carefully highlighted sections suggesting I'd delayed seeking treatment. Financial records showing the debt I'd accumulated, presented as evidence of irresponsibility rather than desperation. And photographs, dozens of them. Me looking exhausted, unshaven, disheveled. Me arguing with hospital administrators about bills. Me sleeping in my car between shifts. All of it framed to make me look unstable, neglectful, unfit. The email had one line of text. See you in court tomorrow. We look forward to explaining to the judge why Emma deserves better than you. I stared at the screen, feeling the momentary hope drain away. They'd built a case. A comprehensive, detailed, professionally assembled case designed to destroy my credibility and prove I was an unfit parent. And they were going to present it to Judge Morrison in less than 15 hours. I forwarded the email to Rebecca Torres with a single message. We have a problem. She called back immediately. I see it. This is professional opposition research. The kind of thing political campaigns use to destroy opponents. She was quiet for a moment. David, I'm not going to lie to you. This is bad. They've taken every difficult moment of your life and reframed it as evidence of poor judgment and instability. Can we fight it? We can contextualize it. Explain that single parents of sick children often look exhausted and overwhelmed because they are. That arguing with hospital administrators about bills is normal when insurance companies deny coverage. That sleeping in your car between shifts shows dedication to earning money for Emma's care, not neglect. She paused. But it's going to be an uphill battle. The Hartwicks have made you look like exactly the kind of parent CPS is designed to protect children from. So what do I do? Tell the truth tomorrow. All of it. Don't hide the struggles or pretend you've been a perfect parent. Show the judge that loving Emma and fighting for Emma has been the defining purpose of your life for 7 years. Make her see the man your daughter sees, not the caricature the Hartwicks have created. And if that's not enough, then we appeal, and we keep fighting until we win or run out of options. Rebecca's voice was firm. But David, you need to prepare yourself for the possibility that the judge might order temporary foster placement while the investigation continues. It doesn't mean you've lost permanently. It just means we need more time to prove your fitness. Emma can't go into foster care. She needs her treatment. She needs doctors who know her case. She needs you. I know. And we're going to fight like hell to make sure she stays with you. Rebecca paused. Get some sleep if you can. Tomorrow is going to be brutal. I hung up and went back to Emma's room. She'd fallen asleep again, the movie still playing on the small TV. I sat in my usual chair and watched her breathe, counting each rise and fall of her chest like I had during the worst nights of her treatment. My phone showed 9:37 p.m., less than 3 hours until Nathan's midnight deadline. Not that the deadline mattered anymore. I'd already defied it, already chosen to fight instead of surrender. Now I just had to live with the consequences. At 11:53 p.m., my phone rang one last time. Nathan Hartwick. I answered. You're very brave, David. Or very stupid. I haven't decided which yet. His voice was calm now, almost conversational. The video you published has caused quite a stir. My lawyers inform me that the police want to interview me about kidnapping allegations. Good. I've declined their request, of course. And my family's attorneys have already filed defamation suits against you, Margaret Mira, the Portland Tribune, and Dr. Raymond Foster. We're seeking damages in excess of $50 million. Sue away. The truth is a defense against defamation. Truth is subjective, David, especially when filtered through legal proceedings that last years and cost millions. Even if you somehow win, the process will destroy you financially and emotionally. He paused. But that's tomorrow's problem. Tonight, I wanted to call and thank you. Thank me for proving my point, for demonstrating that noble gestures don't actually change anything. You helped Olivia escape and she still ended up exactly where she started. Discredited, labeled unstable, with no one believing her accusations. You exposed my family's business dealings and were still more powerful than you could ever imagine. You risked everything for your daughter, and tomorrow a judge is going to take her away from you anyway. You don't know that, don't I? I've seen the dossier my team prepared. I know what Judge Morrison is going to see tomorrow. And I know that by this time next week, Emma will be in foster care. You'll be facing multiple lawsuits you can't afford to defend against, and everyone who helped you will be dealing with their own legal nightmares. Nathan's voice carried a smile. You could have taken the deal, David. You could have saved yourself. Instead, you chose to be a hero. How's that working out for you? Better than being you. We'll see about that. Sleep well, David. Tomorrow you're going to need all your strength. He hung up. I sat in the darkness of Emma's hospital room, listening to machines beep and hum, watching my daughter sleep with the certainty of someone who believed her father could protect her from anything. And I wondered if Nathan was right. If all my fighting and struggling and refusing to give in had actually accomplished anything except making the destruction more public. If choosing to be brave instead of smart had doomed not just me, but Emma and Olivia and Dr. Foster and everyone else who tried to stand up to people who couldn't be beaten. The clock on the wall showed 12:01 a.m. Midnight had passed. Tomorrow the judge would decide Emma's fate. and I would find out if telling the truth mattered more than having money and power and the ability to rewrite reality itself. I didn't sleep, couldn't sleep, just sat in that hospital chair watching Emma breathe, watching the clock tick closer to 9 a.m., watching my phone light up with messages I didn't have the energy to read. At 5:30 a.m., a nurse came in to check Emma's vitals. She looked at me with the kind of pity usually reserved for people receiving terminal diagnoses. "Mr. Mira, you should go home and shower before your hearing. You'll want to look your best for the judge." I glanced down at myself. Same clothes I'd been wearing for 36 hours. Wrinkled, coffee-stained, smelling like hospital antiseptic and fear. I can't leave Emma. She'll be fine for an hour. I'll stay with her personally. And Dr. Owens is already here. She came in early to make sure Emma was settled before you had to leave. I looked at Emma, still sleeping peacefully. Okay, 1 hour. I drove home in the pre-dawn darkness, the city still mostly asleep. My apartment building looked the same as always, tired and slightly shabby, the kind of place people lived when they were between better situations. Inside, everything was exactly as I'd left it 2 days ago. Emma's drawings on the refrigerator. Her medications lined up on the counter. The couch where I'd been sleeping, still unmade from the last time I'd collapsed there between shifts. I showered quickly, changed into the one decent suit I owned, bought for Emma's mother's funeral, worn to exactly 3 events since then. It was slightly too large now, weight loss from stress and skipped meals making it hang off my shoulders. The mirror showed someone I barely recognized. Exhausted, hollow-eyed, older than 32 had any right to look. I tried to remember the person I'd been 6 months ago, before Emma's diagnosis, before the insurance denials, before I'd picked up a crying bride and decided that helping her mattered more than protecting myself. That person felt like a stranger now. My phone rang. Rebecca Torres. "Are you ready?"
No.
"Good. Honesty is important today." She paused. "David, I need to prepare you for what's about to happen. The Hartwicks have assembled a legal team that includes 3 of the best family law attorneys in the state. They're going to present evidence that you're financially unstable, emotionally compromised, and making decisions that put Emma at risk. All of which is technically true.
No.
All of which can be framed that way if you strip away context and humanity. Our job is to provide that context, to show Judge Morrison that being poor and scared and desperate doesn't make you a bad parent. That fighting for your child in impossible circumstances makes you exactly the kind of parent Emma needs. What if she doesn't see it that way? Then we appeal. And we keep fighting." Rebecca's voice was firm. "But I've been doing this for 15 years, and I've learned that judges who care about children can usually spot the difference between genuine unfitness and manufactured crises designed to punish people for inconveniencing the wealthy. I hope you're right. So do I. Meet me at the courthouse at 8:30. We'll review our strategy before the hearing." I arrived at the courthouse at 8:15 a.m., too anxious to wait any longer. The building was old granite and marble, designed to inspire reverence for the law and fear of its power. I'd been here once before, for Emma's custody arrangement after her mother left. That had been a simple hearing, uncontested. The judge had barely looked at me before granting full custody and setting child support obligations that Emma's mother never paid. This would be different. Rebecca met me in the lobby. She was dressed in a sharp navy suit, her expression professionally neutral but her eyes showing concern. "How are you holding up?" "I've been better. I read the morning news. Margaret Mira published a follow-up story about Nathan's midnight deadline and his threats against you. It's not helping his public image. Is it helping us? Maybe. The court of public opinion and actual court are different arenas. But judges are human. They read news. They have opinions about people who threaten children." She checked her watch. "The Hartwick legal team arrived 20 minutes ago. 5 lawyers. All of them carrying briefcases that probably cost more than your car. 5 lawyers for a custody hearing? They're not taking chances. They want to make absolutely sure you lose." Rebecca gestured toward the elevator. "Come on. Let's get this over with." Courtroom 4B was smaller than I'd expected. Wood paneling, fluorescent lights, rows of seats for observers. The Hartwick legal team sat on the left side. 5 attorneys just like Rebecca had said, all of them in expensive suits, all of them reviewing documents with the focused intensity of people who won cases for a living. And sitting behind them, looking calm and composed despite everything that had happened in the past 48 hours, was Richard Hartwick himself. Nathan wasn't there, probably on advice from his lawyers, given the kidnapping video, but Richard's presence alone was enough to fill the room with quiet menace. He saw me and smiled slightly, not friendly, just acknowledging that we were about to go to war and he was confident about the outcome. Rebecca and I took our seats on the right side. She spread out her documents, the medical affidavit from Dr. Owens, character references from Emma's nurses, financial records showing my taxi income and the medical debt I'd accumulated. "Remember," Rebecca murmured, "answer questions directly and honestly. Don't volunteer information they don't ask for. And no matter what they say about you, stay calm. Losing your temper plays right into their narrative." "Understood." At precisely 9 a.m., a door at the front of the courtroom opened and Judge Patricia Morrison entered. She was in her mid-50s, with gray hair pulled back severely and the kind of face that suggested she'd heard every manipulation tactic in the book and wasn't impressed by any of them. "All rise," the bailiff announced. We stood. Judge Morrison took her seat and surveyed the courtroom. Her eyes lingered on the Hartwick legal team for a moment, something unreadable flickering across her face. "Please be seated. We're here for an emergency custody evaluation regarding Emma Mira, age 7. Mr. Mira, you're represented by Ms. Torres." Rebecca stood. "Yes, Your Honor. And I see the petitioners have brought quite an entourage." Judge Morrison looked at the lead Hartwick attorney. "Mr. Sullivan, I hope all 5 of you are planning to speak, because otherwise this seems excessive for a routine custody matter." Sullivan stood. A man in his 60s with silver hair and the confidence of someone who'd never lost an argument he cared about winning. "Your Honor, given the serious nature of the allegations against Mr. Mira and the safety concerns regarding Emma, we felt comprehensive representation was warranted. Allegations brought by Child Protective Services based on a complaint filed by your clients, if I'm reading the record correctly." "Yes, Your Honor." The Hartwick family became aware of Mr. Mira's concerning behavior and felt obligated to report it for Emma's protection. "How civic-minded of them." Judge Morrison's tone was dry. "Mr. Sullivan, I've also read the news coverage from the past 24 hours. The coverage that includes allegations of assault, kidnapping, and fraud against members of the Hartwick family. Care to address whether this custody petition might be retaliatory in nature?" Sullivan didn't miss a beat. "Your Honor, the allegations against the Hartwick family are baseless and defamatory. We're currently pursuing legal action against the individuals responsible for spreading these false narratives. But regardless of those external matters, the concerns about Mr. Mira's fitness as a parent stand on their own merits." "Then let's hear those merits. Present your case." What followed was 2 hours of systematic character assassination. Sullivan and his team presented the dossier I'd seen last night, walking Judge Morrison through every difficult moment of my life. The jobs I'd lost when I had to stay home with sick Emma. The bills I'd paid late because medical expenses took priority. The arguments with hospital administrators that they framed as evidence of aggression and instability. They brought in a child psychologist who'd never met Emma but testified that children with serious illnesses needed stable, financially secure environments with parents who could focus on their care without the distraction of external drama. They showed photographs of me looking exhausted and disheveled, suggesting I was neglecting my own health and therefore incapable of caring for a child. They highlighted my recent arrest, the kidnapping allegations, my involvement with Olivia Hartwick. All of it presented as evidence that I was making reckless choices that put Emma at risk. "Mr. Mira has demonstrated a pattern of poor judgment and impulsive behavior," Sullivan argued. "He involves himself in situations beyond his understanding, makes decisions without considering consequences, and prioritizes strangers over his own daughter's well-being. Emma deserves a stable environment with guardians who can focus entirely on her medical needs." "And who would those guardians be?" Judge Morrison asked. "Is the Hartwick family proposing to take custody themselves?" "No, Your Honor. We're simply requesting that Emma be placed in professional foster care while Mr. Mira addresses his behavioral issues and financial instability. If he can demonstrate fitness over a reasonable evaluation period, custody could potentially be restored. How generous! Sullivan continued. We have documentation showing that Mr. Mira spent the night of Emma's hospital admission driving around the city with a woman he'd just met instead of being at his daughter's bedside. That he's currently unemployed and facing multiple lawsuits that will bankrupt him. That he's made enemies of one of the most prominent families in Portland over a situation that was none of his business. That situation being the alleged kidnapping and assault of a woman seeking help? That situation being a marital dispute that Mr. Mira inserted himself into based on one-sided information from an emotionally unstable individual. Sullivan pulled out another document. We have psychiatric evaluations showing that Olivia Hartwick has a history of dramatic behavior and attention-seeking. Her claims about Nathan Hartwick are unsupported by evidence and contradicted by multiple witnesses. Except for the video Mr. Hartwick sent showing himself threatening her. A video that our experts believe was staged. Olivia has a history of elaborate schemes designed to manipulate sympathy and avoid responsibility for her actions. Judge Morrison looked at me. Mr. Mira, you've been sitting quietly through all of this. Do you have a response? I stood, my legs unsteady. Rebecca had coached me on what to say, but standing there in front of the judge with Richard Hartwick's cold eyes on my back, I forgot every prepared statement. Your Honor, everything they said about me is technically true. I have lost jobs because I prioritized Emma. I have paid bills late because her medical care came first. I have looked exhausted and disheveled because I've been working 12-hour shifts and sleeping in hospital chairs and trying to keep my daughter alive on an income that was never meant to support this kind of medical crisis. Judge Morrison listened without expression. And yes, I helped Olivia Hartwick escape from a situation she believed was dangerous. I made that choice knowing it could complicate my life. But I made it because my daughter was watching how I responded to someone asking for help, and I wanted her to see that doing the right thing mattered more than doing the safe thing. Even if doing the right thing meant risking her stability, I wasn't risking her stability. I was showing her what kind of man her father is, what kind of person I want her to become. My voice cracked. Emma has spent 7 months fighting leukemia. She's been braver and stronger than most adults ever have to be. And through all of it, she's believed that her daddy would protect her and fight for her and never give up on her. And you believe helping Ms. Hartwick demonstrated that? I believe that teaching Emma that you help people who need it, even when it costs you something, is more important than teaching her that you only do the right thing when it's convenient. Judge Morrison made a note. Ms. Torres, do you have witnesses? Rebecca stood. Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Patricia Owens, Emma's oncologist. Dr. Owens entered from the hallway where she'd been waiting. She looked tired but determined. Dr. Owens, how long have you been treating Emma Mira? 7 months. Since her initial diagnosis. And in that time, what has been your observation of Mr. Mira as a parent? Dr. Owens didn't hesitate. David Mira is one of the most devoted parents I've ever worked with. He attends every appointment, asks informed questions about Emma's treatment, follows medication schedules precisely, and advocates tirelessly for her care. When insurance denied coverage for her treatment, he worked multiple shifts to raise money. When I suggested clinical trials in Canada, he researched them thoroughly despite knowing it would mean becoming a fugitive. He considered taking Emma out of the country illegally. He considered every possible option to save his daughter's life. That's what good parents do when the system fails them. Dr. Owens looked directly at Judge Morrison. Emma's leukemia is responding well to treatment. She has an excellent chance of long-term survival. But that survival depends on continuity of care with medical professionals who know her case and stability with the parent she trusts. Removing her from David's custody would be medically and emotionally devastating. Sullivan stood. Dr. Owens, isn't it true that Emma has been hospitalized multiple times due to complications? Yes, that's normal for her type of leukemia. And isn't it true that some of those hospitalizations could have been prevented with earlier intervention?
No.
Emma's complications were unavoidable and unrelated to parental care. But Mr. Mira did delay seeking treatment initially, didn't he? The medical records show a 3-week gap between when Emma first presented symptoms and when she was formally diagnosed. Dr. Owens's expression hardened. Emma's symptoms initially mimicked common childhood illnesses. Many parents wait to see if symptoms resolve before seeking expensive medical care, especially when they lack comprehensive insurance. That delay is unfortunate, but completely understandable given Mr. Mira's financial situation. So you're saying poverty is an acceptable excuse for delaying medical treatment? I'm saying that judging parents for making difficult decisions in impossible circumstances is cruel and counterproductive. Judge Morrison intervened. Mr. Sullivan, I think we've established Dr. Owens's position. Do you have other witnesses? Sullivan called 3 more witnesses. A CPS caseworker who testified about the allegations against me. A financial expert who detailed my debt and unemployment. A foster care specialist who described the stable, well-funded homes available for children like Emma. Each one chipped away at my case. Each one made it sound more reasonable to take Emma away from me. By the time they finished, it was past noon. Judge Morrison called a 30-minute recess. Rebecca and I sat in a small conference room down the hall from the courtroom. How bad is it? I asked. Bad. They're painting a convincing picture of a father in crisis making poor choices. She flipped through her notes. But Dr. Owens helped. Her testimony about the medical impact of removing Emma from your care could sway the judge. Could, not will. I don't deal in certainties, David. I deal in probabilities and persuasion. She looked up. We have one more witness. Emma herself. What? No. I don't want her subjected to this. She's 7, not 3. The judge can interview her privately about her wishes and her home environment. And Emma's voice matters. She deserves to be heard. What if they make her say things that hurt our case? What if she tells the truth and it helps? Rebecca leaned forward. David, Emma loves you. That's obvious to everyone who's met her. Let the judge see that love. Let her hear from Emma directly that being with you is where she wants to be. I thought about Emma in that courtroom, facing lawyers and judges and questions designed to test her loyalty. Okay, but I want to talk to her first. We drove back to the hospital during the recess. Emma was awake, coloring in a book one of the nurses had brought her. Daddy, how did it go? I sat on the edge of her bed. It's still happening. But baby, I need to talk to you about something important. The judge wants to ask you some questions about living with me. What kind of questions? About whether you're happy, whether you feel safe, whether you think I'm a good daddy. Emma put down her crayon. You're the best daddy. I'll tell her that. It might be more complicated than that. They might ask about times when I wasn't there. Times when things were hard. Times when I made mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. I know. But these people are looking for reasons to say I'm not good enough to take care of you. Emma's eyes widened. Are they trying to take me away from you? I wanted to lie. Wanted to tell her everything was fine and she didn't need to worry. But she deserved the truth. Yes, some people think you'd be better off living somewhere else while I get things sorted out. That's stupid. Her voice was fierce. I don't want to live somewhere else. I want to live with you. I know, baby, and that's what you can tell the judge. But Emma, I need you to be brave one more time. Can you do that? She nodded seriously. I can be brave. We drove back to the courthouse together. Emma in her pink beanie and the clothes we'd brought from home, holding my hand tight. Judge Morrison agreed to interview her in chambers, just the judge, Emma, and a court reporter. No lawyers, no audience, no pressure beyond the inherent stress of talking to a stranger who held your future in her hands. I waited outside with Rebecca, pacing the hallway and trying not to imagine all the ways this could go wrong. After 20 minutes, the door opened. Emma came out and ran to me. I told her the truth, Daddy. I told her I love you and I want to stay with you, and that you're the bravest person I know. I hugged her carefully, mindful of her foreport. You did great, baby. Judge Morrison appeared in the doorway. Ms. Torres, Mr. Mira, please return to the courtroom. I'm ready to issue my ruling. My heart sank. Ready already meant she'd made up her mind. Probably made it up before Emma even testified. We filed back into the courtroom. Emma sat in the front row behind our table, flanked by two nurses who'd come from the hospital to support us. Judge Morrison took her seat and looked out over the courtroom. I've heard testimony from both sides. I've reviewed the evidence presented. And I've spoken with Emma directly about her wishes and her home environment. She paused. This is a difficult case. Mr. Mira is clearly struggling financially and emotionally. His recent choices have been questionable at best. His involvement in the Hartwick family situation has created complications that affect his ability to provide stable care. I felt Rebecca tense beside me. However, Judge Morrison continued, I've also seen evidence of a father who loves his daughter deeply and has made extraordinary sacrifices to ensure she receives necessary medical care. Dr. Owens's testimony about the importance of continuity and stability was compelling. And Emma herself is unambiguous in her desire to remain in her father's custody. She looked directly at me. That said, I do have serious concerns about Mr. Mira's current circumstances. The unemployment, the pending lawsuits, the potential criminal charges. All of these create an unstable environment for a child battling a serious illness. Your Honor, Rebecca started. Judge Morrison held up a hand. Therefore, I'm ordering a compromise. Emma will remain in Mr. Mira's custody, but under supervised conditions. CPS will conduct weekly home visits for the next 3 months. Mr. Mira will be required to attend parenting classes and financial counseling. And if at any point during that evaluation period I receive credible evidence that Emma's well-being is at risk, this order can be revisited. Relief flooded through me so intensely I nearly collapsed. Additionally, Judge Morrison said, looking at the Hartwick legal team, I'm ordering the petitioners to cover the costs of Mr. Mira's court-ordered counseling and parenting classes, as well as Emma's medical expenses for the duration of the evaluation period. If the Hartwick family is genuinely concerned about Emma's welfare, they can demonstrate that concern financially rather than attempting to remove her from a loving home. Sullivan stood. Your Honor, that's highly irregular. So is bringing 5 attorneys to a custody hearing for a child you have no relation to. So is filing emergency petitions 48 hours after the parent in question inconveniences your clients. So is using the family court system as a weapon for personal vendettas. Judge Morrison's voice was sharp. Consider the financial order a lesson in choosing your battles more carefully. She banged her gavel. This hearing is adjourned. Mr. Mira, don't make me regret this decision. I won't, Your Honor. Thank you. The courtroom emptied slowly. The Hartwick legal team filed out without looking at us. Richard Hartwick's face stone cold with barely contained rage. Emma ran to me and I picked her up, careful of her lines and ports, holding her like I was afraid she might disappear. We won, Daddy. We get to stay together. We get to stay together. Rebecca was smiling, the first genuine smile I'd seen from her. You did it. Judge Morrison saw through their manipulation. We did it. You and Dr. Owens and Emma. I looked at her. Thank you. For fighting when you could have walked away. I don't walk away from cases I believe in. She packed up her briefcase. But David, the judge was serious about those conditions. You need to actually attend the classes, cooperate with CPS, and stay out of any more situations that could be used against you. I will. That means no more involvement with the Hartwick family situation. No interviews with journalists, no public statements, nothing that gives them ammunition for another custody challenge. I thought about Olivia, about Nathan still walking free despite the video evidence, about Richard Hartwick manipulating systems to avoid consequences while threatening everyone who stood up to him. I'll stay out of it, I said, but I wasn't sure I meant it. We left the courthouse together. Photographers had gathered outside, drawn by the news coverage, wanting shots of the taxi driver who'd stood up to a billionaire family. I shielded Emma from the cameras and kept walking. My phone buzzed as we reached my car. A text from Margaret Mira. Congratulations on the custody ruling. But you need to see this. Call me. I called her once Emma was settled in the car. What is it? Nathan Hartwick just held a press conference. He's denying all allegations, claiming the video was staged by you and Olivia as part of an extortion scheme, and announcing that his family is offering a $1 million reward for information leading to your arrest on kidnapping and fraud charges. He's lying. The video was real. I know, but he's good at this. Calm, sympathetic, playing the victim. And he has resources to push his narrative across every media platform. Margaret paused. David, you won your custody battle. But you're about to lose the public relations war. Nathan's making you the villain, and a lot of people are going to believe him. I looked at Emma in the rearview mirror, singing softly to herself, unaware that the fight for her had only just begun. Let him spin whatever story he wants. I have Emma. That's what matters. Even if his story leads to actual criminal charges, even then. I hung up and drove back to the hospital, where Emma needed to stay for another few days of monitoring, where nurses who knew us and doctors who believed in us would keep her safe while I figured out how to survive the destruction the Hartwick family was planning. That night, alone in my apartment after Emma had fallen asleep, I watched Nathan's press conference on my laptop. He was perfect, composed, sympathetic, righteous in his anger about false accusations. He talked about wanting to move past this unfortunate situation, about forgiving Olivia for her mental health crisis, about hoping I would get the help I clearly needed. And he announced that Olivia had returned home, that she was safe with her family, that she'd released a statement apologizing for the disruption and confirming that the kidnapping video had been fabricated. I tried calling Olivia's number. Disconnected. I tried calling Dr. Foster. Straight to voicemail. They'd gotten to her. Somehow, despite everything, they'd brought Olivia back under their control and forced her to recant. My phone buzzed with an email. From an address I didn't recognize, but I knew who sent it. You won a battle today, David. Congratulations. But the war is just beginning. And unlike you, we don't lose wars. We just destroy everyone who fights them. Sleep well. I closed my laptop and sat in the darkness of my apartment, wondering if keeping Emma had been a victory or just a delay before the next attack. Wondering if I'd saved my daughter or just ensured we'd both go down together. 3 weeks passed. 3 weeks of CPS home visits where a social worker named Karen inspected my apartment, asked Emma invasive questions, and made notes on a tablet about the dishes in my sink and the crack in the bathroom tile. 3 weeks of mandatory parenting classes where I sat with teenagers and addicts and learned breathing techniques for managing stress. 3 weeks of watching Nathan Hartwick smile from television screens while reporters called him a victim of false accusations. And 3 weeks of silence from Olivia. I'd stopped trying to reach her after the 5th disconnected number. Stopped searching for news about her after seeing the official statement from the Hartwick family. Olivia was receiving treatment for mental health issues. She apologized for any distress her episode had caused. She and Nathan were committed to their marriage and moving forward privately. The statement made my skin crawl. But Rebecca had been clear. No contact with the Hartwick family. No public statements. No actions that could be used against me in the next custody hearing. So I kept my head down and focused on Emma. Her treatment was progressing well. The funding Dr. Foster had secured covered everything: medications, hospital stays, specialist consultations. The doctors were cautiously optimistic. The leukemia was responding to the current protocol. She might actually beat this. I should have been relieved. Should have been celebrating the small victories. Instead, I felt like I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. It dropped on a Tuesday afternoon. I was at the hospital with Emma, watching her color while fluids dripped into her port, when Dr. Owens came in with an expression I'd learned to dread. David, can I speak with you outside? Emma didn't look up from her coloring book. She'd gotten used to the private conversations, the hushed discussions about scan results and treatment adjustments. I followed Dr. Owens into the hallway. What's wrong? Nothing medically. Emma's doing well. She hesitated. But I received a call this morning from the hospital's billing department. They're questioning the funding for Emma's treatment. What do you mean questioning it? Dr. Foster said the foundation grant was approved. It was. But apparently, someone filed a complaint alleging that the grant was obtained through fraudulent means. That Dr. Foster misrepresented Emma's situation to secure funding she didn't qualify for. I felt my chest tighten. That's insane. Dr. Foster followed all the proper procedures. I know, but the complaint triggered an audit. Until the audit is complete, the foundation has frozen all payments, which means Emma's treatment costs are now your responsibility again. The hallway tilted slightly. For how long? The audit could take weeks, maybe months. Dr. Owens looked miserable. David, I'm so sorry. I've been fighting with administration about this all morning. The complaint is clearly retaliation from the Hartwick family, but the foundation has protocols they have to follow. How much do I owe? For the next treatment phase? Approximately $40,000. Due within 10 days or we'll have to pause treatment until payment arrangements are made.
$42,000.
10 days. I'd had 3 weeks to catch up on rent and buy groceries and replace the brake pads on my Honda that had been grinding for months. I had maybe $800 in my account. Can I set up a payment plan? The hospital requires 30% down for plans. That's $12,000. Dr. Owens touched my arm. I'm going to keep fighting this. I'm going to call Dr. Foster and push back against the audit. But in the meantime, you need to prepare for the possibility that Emma's treatment might be delayed. Delayed how long? I don't know. I went back into Emma's room. She looked up and smiled. Is everything okay, Daddy? Everything's fine, baby. Just grown-up stuff about bills. The money stuff again? Yeah, the money stuff. She went back to her coloring. I sat in my usual chair and tried to figure out how to come up with $40,000 in 10 days when I'd already sold everything I owned and borrowed from everyone I knew. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Having cash flow problems. David? I might be able to help with that. Let's talk. Richard Hartwick. I stared at the message for a long moment. Then I stepped back into the hallway and called the number. Richard Hartwick answered immediately. David, thank you for calling. I was hoping we could have a civilized conversation. What do you want? To offer you a solution to your current financial difficulties. I understand Emma's treatment funding has been suspended pending an audit. Very unfortunate. Medical bureaucracy can be so slow. You filed that complaint. I have no idea what you're talking about, but regardless of how the situation arose, the fact remains that you need money and I have a way to get it for you. I'm not interested in anything you're offering. Hear me out. I'm proposing a simple transaction. You sign a legal document stating that your allegations about my son were false, that Olivia was never in danger, that the video was staged as part of an extortion attempt. You do a brief press conference confirming these facts, and in exchange, I personally guarantee full funding for Emma's treatment. All of it, through completion. No audits, no complications, no billing department calling with bad news. You want me to lie. I want you to correct the record. Nathan has been destroyed by these false allegations. His reputation, his business relationships, his mental health. All damaged by lies spread by a woman having a breakdown and a taxi driver who should have minded his own business. Richard's voice was smooth, reasonable. Help me restore my son's reputation, and I'll make sure your daughter lives to see her 8th birthday. That's not a transaction. That's extortion. That's a mutually beneficial arrangement. You get what you need. I get what I need. Everyone wins. Except Olivia. Olivia is fine. She's home, she's receiving excellent care, and she's acknowledged that her accusations were products of mental instability. She's moved on. You should too. Is she there now? Let me talk to her. That's not possible. Olivia's been quite clear about not wanting contact with people who enabled her episode. But I assure you, she's safe and content. I don't believe you. Your belief is irrelevant. The offer stands. Help clear Nathan's name and Emma gets her treatment. Refuse, and you'll watch your daughter deteriorate while you scramble for money you'll never find. Richard paused. You have 10 days, David. I suggest you use them wisely. He hung up. I stood in that hospital hallway, shaking with rage and helplessness, knowing I'd just been given an impossible choice. Again, betray Olivia and save Emma. or stand by the truth and watch my daughter die. I called Rebecca Torres. They're coming after Emma's treatment funding, trying to force me to recant my testimony about Nathan. I saw the audit notification. I'm already preparing a motion to challenge it as retaliatory. Rebecca's voice was tight. But David, legal challenges take time. Do you have the money to cover treatment in the interim?
No.
Then we have a problem. Richard Hartwick offered to pay for everything if I publicly admit I lied about Nathan. Silence on the other end. Then, you can't do that. Can't I? Emma needs treatment. The hospital needs money. Richard has money. It's simple math. It's perjury. And it destroys any chance of holding Nathan accountable for what he did to Olivia and God knows how many other women. Rebecca paused. David, I understand the pressure you're under. But if you give Richard what he wants, you're telling him that threatening sick children is an effective strategy. You're teaching Emma that truth doesn't matter when money is at stake. I'm saving Emma's life. Are you? Or are you teaching her to survive by compromising everything you believe in? She's 7 years old. She shouldn't have to worry about principles. She should just get to live. And what kind of life will it be if she grows up knowing her father sold his integrity to buy her survival? A life, which is better than the alternative. Rebecca was quiet for a moment. I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you that the Hartwick family will keep using Emma against you as long as they know it works. Today it's recanting your testimony. Tomorrow it'll be something worse. Where does it end? I don't know. Think about it carefully, and call me before you make any decisions you can't take back. I hung up and returned to Emma's room. She'd finished her coloring and was watching cartoons, laughing at something the animated characters were doing. She looked healthy in this moment, happy, like a normal kid having a normal afternoon. Not like someone whose life depended on money I didn't have and choices I couldn't make. That evening, after Emma fell asleep, I drove to the one place I thought might have answers. Cedar Hills Medical Complex was quiet at night. I parked in the visitor lot and made my way to the research building, to Dr. Foster's office. His light was on. I knocked. Come in. Dr. Foster looked up from his computer, surprise flickering across his face when he saw me. David, I wasn't expecting you. I need to know if there's any way to fight the audit. Any way to restore Emma's funding without caving to Richard Hartwick's demands. Dr. Foster leaned back in his chair. I've been working on that question for 3 weeks. The short answer is no. The Foundation has strict protocols about fraudulent grant applications. Until they complete their investigation and determine the complaint is baseless, the funding stays frozen. How long will that take? Months. Maybe longer if the Hartwicks keep filing appeals and objections. He met my eyes.
I'm sorry, David.
I thought I could protect you from this. Thought my position and reputation would shield the grant from interference. I underestimated how vindictive Richard can be. Everyone keeps underestimating them. Yes, it's their greatest weapon, the inability of decent people to comprehend just how far they'll go to win. Dr. Foster pulled up something on his computer. There might be one other option. Experimental. Risky. Probably illegal.
I'm listening.
There's a clinical trial in Vancouver. Cutting-edge immunotherapy for pediatric leukemia. Emma's case fits their criteria. The trial covers all treatment costs and provides stipends for families who relocate to participate. Canada, where the Hartwick family's influence is significantly diminished and their legal reach is limited. Dr. Foster turned the screen to show me the trial information. I have connections at the hospital running the trial. I could get Emma accepted within a week. But you'd need to leave the country, probably permanently, given the custody conditions Judge Morrison imposed. That's kidnapping, violating a court order. I'd be a fugitive. You'd be a father saving his daughter's life in the only way left available to you. Dr. Foster closed the screen. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just providing information about an option. What you do with that information is your choice. I thought about Emma asking if sick kids could become astronauts. About her absolute faith that her daddy would find a way to fix anything. If I run to Canada, the Hartwicks win. Nathan walks free, Olivia stays trapped, and everyone learns that money and threats always beat truth. If you stay and can't pay for Emma's treatment, the Hartwicks still win. And Emma loses. Dr. Foster stood. Sometimes there are no good choices, David. Just less terrible ones. The question is which terrible choice you can live with. I left his office with more information and less certainty than I'd arrived with. Canada meant safety for Emma. It meant treatment and survival and a chance at the future she deserved. But it also meant running, giving up, teaching Emma that when things got hard enough, you abandoned everything and everyone to save yourself. I drove home through empty streets, my mind churning through scenarios that all ended badly. At a red light, I checked my phone. 3 new messages. The first was from Karen, my CPS caseworker. Need to reschedule this week's home visit. Please confirm availability. The second was from Margaret Mira. Nathan's lawyers filed defamation suits against everyone who contributed to my articles. Trial dates are set for next year. This is going to get worse before it gets better. The third was from an unknown number. Just an image. No text. I opened it. The photograph showed Olivia. She was in what looked like a library or study, sitting in an armchair with a book. She was smiling, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. And on her wrist, barely visible but definitely there, was a bruise in the shape of fingers. Below the image, text appeared. She's fine, David. Happy. Content. Learning to be a proper wife. You should let her go and focus on your own problems. Nathan. Rage flooded through me. Hot and sharp. They had her. They were keeping her prisoner and calling it marriage. They were hurting her and documenting it, sending me proof that they could do whatever they wanted and I couldn't stop them. I called the number. Nathan answered. Did you get my photo? I thought you'd appreciate an update on Olivia's well-being. Let her go. Let her go? She's my wife. She belongs with me. Nathan laughed. You really thought you'd saved her, didn't you? Thought your heroic rescue would stick. But power always wins, David. Always. And now you get to watch from a distance while I teach Olivia the lessons she should have learned on our wedding night. I'll go to the police. I'll show them the photo. Show them. Tell them. Scream it from rooftops if you want. Olivia will just confirm that she's fine. That the bruise is from a clumsy moment. That you're harassing her marriage because you're obsessed with her. His voice turned cold. You can't save her. You couldn't save her then and you can't save her now. The only person you might still be able to save is Emma. But that clock is ticking. If you hurt Olivia, you'll what? You're broke, powerless, and barely holding on to custody of your own daughter. You have no leverage, no resources, no way to touch me. Nathan paused. But I'm a generous man. I'll make you a deal. Sign my father's statement. Do the press conference. Clear my name. And I'll let Olivia go. You're lying. Maybe. But it's the only chance she has. You know it and I know it. He paused. 2 birds with 1 stone, David. Save Emma and save Olivia. All you have to do is admit you lied. Seems like a small price for 2 lives. And if I refuse? Then Emma dies slowly while you scramble for money you'll never find. And Olivia lives with me, learning daily what happens to women who embarrass powerful men. Every bruise will be your fault. Every moment of her suffering will be because you chose pride over pragmatism. The line went dead. I sat in my car outside my apartment building, staring at the photograph of Olivia with her fake smile and her finger-shaped bruises, and realized I'd run out of options. Every path forward led to destruction. Every choice sacrificed someone I'd sworn to protect. If I recanted, Emma lived but Olivia suffered and Nathan won completely. If I fled to Canada, Emma lived but I became a fugitive and Olivia remained trapped. If I stood my ground and fought, Emma died and Olivia suffered and the Hartwick family proved once again that money and cruelty always beat truth. My phone rang. I almost didn't answer, but the caller ID showed Dr. Owens. David, are you sitting down? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Something's right. Very right. She sounded breathless with excitement. I just got a call from the foundation. The audit was completed early. They found the complaint against Dr. Foster to be baseless and malicious. The funding is reinstated immediately, retroactive to when it was frozen. Emma's treatment is covered. All of it. I couldn't process what I was hearing. How? You said it would take months. I said it could take months. But apparently, someone with significant influence contacted the foundation board directly. Made some calls, applied some pressure, got the audit fast-tracked and the right people reviewing the evidence. She paused. David, do you know anyone with that kind of pull?
No.
I don't know anyone with any kind of pull. Well, someone intervened on your behalf. And whoever they are, they just saved Emma's treatment. I hung up and sat in stunned silence. Someone had helped us. Someone with enough power to move foundation boards and override Hartwick family influence. But who? My phone buzzed. A text from a number I didn't recognize. The audit is resolved. Emma's treatment is secure. But David, you need to know something about Olivia. She's not where Nathan claims she is. And she's not okay. If you want to help her, meet me tomorrow at 6 a.m. Corner of Morrison and 3rd. Come alone. A friend. I read the message 3 times, looking for the trap. This could be anything. A Hartwick setup designed to catch me violating Rebecca's instructions. A journalist looking for a story. A random stranger who'd read too many news articles and wanted to insert themselves into drama. Or it could be someone who actually knew where Olivia was and wanted to help. I texted back. Who is this? The response came immediately. Someone who's been fighting the Hartwick family longer than you have. Someone who knows their secrets and their weaknesses. Someone who can help you finish what you started. But only if you're brave enough to see this through to the end. I stared at my phone, knowing I should delete the message. Should ignore this obvious bait. Should focus on Emma and staying out of trouble and being grateful that her treatment was somehow secured. But I kept seeing Olivia's fake smile. Kept seeing the finger-shaped bruises on her wrist. Kept hearing Nathan's voice promising that her suffering would be my fault. I typed, I'll be there. The response was just 3 words. Don't be late. I sat in my car until midnight, wondering if I'd just made another terrible choice or the first genuinely smart decision since I'd picked up a crying bride in a torn wedding dress. Wondering if the mysterious friend was real or a trap. Wondering if I was about to save Olivia or lose everything trying. The only thing I knew for certain was that tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., I'd find out which kind of story this was. The kind where heroes won because they refused to give up. Or the kind where heroes died because they never learned when to quit. I didn't tell anyone about the meeting. Not Rebecca, who would have advised against it. Not Dr. Owens, who would have worried. Not Emma, who was sleeping peacefully in her hospital bed, dreaming about astronauts and stars and futures that didn't include her father making desperate deals with strangers. I just set my alarm for 4:30 a.m. and tried to sleep. Instead, I spent the night staring at the ceiling, running through every scenario. Best case. Someone with real information about Olivia who could help me get her away from Nathan. Worst case. A Hartwick trap designed to catch me violating custody conditions and give them ammunition for another legal attack. Most likely case. Somewhere in between, with consequences I couldn't predict. At 4:25 a.m., I gave up on sleep and got dressed. Dark jeans, plain jacket, nothing that would stand out. I left a note for Emma in case something went wrong. Just simple words about how much I loved her and how proud I was of her bravery. Then I drove through pre-dawn Portland toward Morrison and 3rd. The intersection sat in the old industrial district, a neighborhood of converted warehouses and artisan coffee shops that weren't open yet. At 5:50 a.m., the streets were empty except for a few delivery trucks and one black sedan parked on the corner. I pulled up behind it and waited. At exactly 6 a.m., the sedan's rear door opened. A woman stepped out, mid-60s, gray hair cut in a severe bob, wearing an expensive coat and the kind of jewelry that suggested old money rather than new. She moved with the confidence of someone who'd spent her life in rooms where her opinion mattered. She walked to my passenger window and tapped on it. I unlocked the door. She slid into the seat beside me. Mr. Mira. Thank you for coming. Who are you? My name is Catherine Morrison. Judge Patricia Morrison is my daughter. She smiled slightly at my expression. Yes, the judge who presided over your custody hearing. Don't worry. She knows nothing about this meeting and wouldn't approve if she did. I have a different relationship with the law than she does. Why are you here? Because the Hartwick family destroyed my granddaughter 15 years ago, and I've been waiting for someone brave enough or stupid enough to give me a chance at revenge. Catherine pulled out a tablet and turned it toward me. This is Melissa Morrison, my son's daughter. She was 23 when she met Nathan Hartwick at a charity gala. The photograph showed a beautiful young woman with dark hair and a brilliant smile. Nathan courted her for 6 months. Expensive dinners, romantic trips, promises about their future together. Melissa fell completely in love with him. Thought he was going to propose. Catherine's voice was flat, emotionless. Instead, he invited her to a private estate for a weekend getaway. What happened there? Melissa never fully recovered. He hurt her. He destroyed her. Physically, emotionally, psychologically. When she finally escaped and tried to report it, the Hartwick family's lawyers descended. They had photographs that Nathan had taken during the assault. They threatened to release them publicly if Melissa pressed charges. They offered her a settlement. $2 million in exchange for her silence and an NDA that would send her to prison if she ever spoke about what happened. She took the settlement. She was 23 and traumatized and terrified. Yes, she took it. And then she spent the next 10 years in and out of psychiatric facilities, unable to form relationships, unable to sleep without nightmares, unable to be the person she'd been before Nathan Hartwick got his hands on her. Catherine closed the tablet. She killed herself 5 years ago, drove her car off a bridge one Tuesday afternoon, left a note apologizing to her family for being weak. I felt sick.
I'm sorry.
I don't want your sympathy. I want your help destroying the family that murdered my granddaughter and called it a settlement. Catherine pulled out a folder. I've spent 5 years investigating the Hartwicks, building a case, documenting their crimes, connecting with other victims, waiting for the right moment to strike. Why me? Why now? Because you did something no one else has managed. You made the Hartwicks' abuse public. You broke the silence. And in doing so, you gave other victims permission to come forward. She opened the folder. Margaret Myra's article generated 63 messages from women claiming to have similar experiences with Nathan. 63, David. Most of them bound by NDAs, terrified of legal retaliation, but willing to talk if someone can promise them protection. I can't promise them anything. I'm barely protecting myself. No, but I can. I have resources. Lawyers who work pro bono for victims of violence. Journalists who'll publish stories the mainstream media won't touch. Investigators who can document evidence that NDAs can't suppress. Catherine leaned forward. And I have something the Hartwick family doesn't know about. Something that could bring down not just Nathan, but his father and their entire empire. What? Proof that Richard Hartwick has been using his pharmaceutical company to conduct unauthorized medical experiments on patients who can't consent, including his own wife, Catherine Hartwick. She pulled out medical records. You know, Dr. Foster moved Catherine to a different facility to protect her from an experimental drug trial. What you don't know is that Richard had already been dosing her with unapproved compounds for 18 months, using her deteriorating mental state as cover to test drugs that haven't passed basic safety protocols. I stared at the documents, pages of medical data, prescription records, internal memos from pharmaceutical company executives discussing trial results. This is medical fraud, criminal negligence, maybe manslaughter if any of the test subjects died. All of the above, and completely prosecutable if we can get the evidence into the right hands. Catherine looked at me. But here's the problem. The only person who can testify about what was done to Catherine Hartwick is Catherine herself. And she's currently in a facility that Richard controls, being treated by doctors on Richard's payroll, with no legal authority to speak about her own medical care. Olivia had medical proxy, which Richard nullified when he got Olivia declared mentally incompetent. He has full guardianship now. Catherine can't leave, can't change doctors, can't do anything without Richard's approval. Catherine paused. Unless someone extracts her from the facility and gets her somewhere safe where independent doctors can examine her and document the evidence. You want me to help you kidnap Catherine Hartwick from a medical facility. I want you to help me rescue a woman who's being used as a human test subject by her own husband. The legal terminology is less important than the moral reality. I thought about Emma, about the custody conditions, about Rebecca's warnings to stay away from anything involving the Hartwick family. I can't. I have a daughter who needs me. If I get arrested for kidnapping, you won't be arrested. I have connections in law enforcement who'll make sure any intervention is classified as a wellness check rather than criminal action. Catherine pulled out another document. And once Catherine is free and able to testify, the case against Richard becomes ironclad. The FDA will investigate. The medical board will revoke licenses. Criminal prosecutors will file charges. The entire Hartwick empire starts crumbling. And Nathan? Once Richard falls, Nathan loses his protection. The NDAs his victims signed become unenforceable because they were obtained through intimidation and duress. Women start coming forward. The video evidence you've already made public combines with new testimony. Nathan goes to prison where he belongs. What about Olivia? Catherine hesitated. Olivia is complicated. She's legally married to Nathan and has publicly recanted her allegations. Getting her away from him will require either her cooperation or a court order declaring her incompetent, which is exactly what Nathan wants. So we save Catherine but leave Olivia trapped. We save Catherine first. Use that victory to build momentum for prosecuting Nathan. Then leverage Nathan's prosecution to invalidate Olivia's coerced statements and get her genuine protection. Catherine met my eyes. I know it's not perfect. I know it doesn't save everyone immediately, but it's the best path forward I've found in 5 years of searching. I looked at the documents spread across her lap. Evidence of crimes, proof of abuse, a roadmap for destroying people who'd spent decades believing they were untouchable. When would this extraction happen? Tonight. Catherine is being moved between facilities tomorrow morning. Tonight is our only window when Richard's security is light enough to get her out without violence. Catherine checked her watch. I have a team ready. Medical professionals who can verify her condition. Legal experts who can file emergency protective orders. Journalists who'll publish the story before Richard can suppress it. All I need is someone who knows how to get into Cedar Hills Medical Complex without triggering alarms. Why would I know that? Because you've been there multiple times in the past month. Because you have relationships with staff who trust you. Because you're the taxi driver who helps people escape from impossible situations. She smiled slightly. That's your reputation now, David. You might as well use it. I thought about Dr. Foster, about Patricia the nurse, about the service entrance I'd used with Olivia. If I help you and this goes wrong, I lose Emma. Judge Morrison was clear about the conditions. If you help me, and this goes right, you destroy the family that's been threatening Emma. Remove their power to interfere with her treatment or your custody. End their ability to use your daughter as leverage. Catherine paused. Isn't that worth the risk? I don't know. Then let me make the decision easier. The person who intervened with the foundation to restore Emma's funding? That was me. I have connections on their board. I made calls, applied pressure, got the audit resolved in hours instead of months.
Esther here.
Why? Because I knew Richard would use Emma's treatment as a weapon against you. And I needed you functional and clear-headed for tonight, not desperate and compromised. She pulled out her phone and showed me a message thread. I've also been in contact with Olivia. She managed to get access to a phone Nathan doesn't monitor. She wants out, David. She's been planning her escape for weeks, waiting for the right opportunity. The messages showed conversations between Catherine and a user named careful, coded discussions about timing and safe houses and legal protection. If Olivia wants out, why hasn't she left? Because Nathan has her under constant surveillance. Guards, cameras, GPS tracking on her car and phone. The only time she's unsupervised is during family events when Nathan's attention is divided. Catherine scrolled to the most recent message. Tomorrow night, Richard is hosting a gala to celebrate his pharmaceutical company's latest FDA approval. The whole family will be there, including Nathan and Olivia. Security will be focused on the event, not on one wife who's been cooperative and compliant for weeks. You want to extract Catherine tonight and Olivia tomorrow. I want to dismantle the Hartwick family's power in 48 hours. Tonight we get Catherine and the evidence. Tomorrow we get Olivia and file criminal charges. By Friday, Nathan and Richard are both facing prosecution and their empire is in free fall. Catherine looked at me seriously. This is the moment, David. This is when we win or lose everything. Are you in? Every rational part of my brain screamed no. Screamed that this was too risky, too complicated, too likely to end with me in prison and Emma in foster care. But I kept seeing Olivia's bruised wrist. Kept thinking about Catherine Hartwick being used as a test subject. Kept remembering Melissa Morrison driving her car off a bridge because Nathan Hartwick had destroyed her and faced no consequences. What do you need me to do? Catherine smiled. I need you to drive a taxi. One last fare to Cedar Hills Medical Complex. Except this time, you're picking up instead of dropping off. She spent the next 20 minutes walking me through the plan. The timing, the entry point, the extraction route. It was thorough and professional and probably illegal in about 15 different ways. One question, I said when she finished. Why didn't you just do this yourself? Why involve me at all? Because when this story breaks, it needs a hero the public can relate to. Not a wealthy grandmother seeking revenge, but a working-class father who helped vulnerable women despite personal cost. Catherine's expression was calculating. You're sympathetic, David. Relatable. You make the Hartwicks look like the villains they are. Your involvement turns this from a family dispute into a David and Goliath story. And those are the stories that actually change things. So I'm a PR strategy. You're a catalyst. There's a difference. She gathered her documents. Tonight at 11 p.m. Bring your taxi, the official one, not your personal car. We need this to look like a legitimate medical transport if anyone asks questions later. My taxi was impounded after the initial investigation. It was released to your employer 3 days ago. I made sure of it. Catherine opened the car door. Call your dispatcher. Get your shift assignment. Everything needs to appear completely normal until the moment it's not. She left, sliding back into her black sedan and driving away. I sat alone in my car, watching the sun come up over Portland, wondering if I just agreed to save 2 lives or destroy 3. My phone buzzed. A text from Emma. Good morning, Daddy. The nurses said I might get to go home soon if my counts stay good. Can we get pancakes to celebrate? I texted back. Absolutely. Pancakes and ice cream and anything else you want. That's too much sugar, but okay. I smiled despite everything. Emma was getting better. Her treatment was working. The foundation funding was secure. Maybe, just maybe, we were actually going to make it through this. I drove to the taxi company's depot and talked my way into getting my old cab back. The manager was reluctant. I'd been involved in a police investigation. There were liability concerns, insurance complications. But ultimately, drivers were hard to find and I'd always been reliable before the whole Hartwick situation. He gave me the keys and a warning about staying out of trouble. Last chance, Mira. One more incident and you're done. Understand. Understood. I spent the day doing normal fares. Airport runs, grocery store pickups, late lunch deliveries. Just a regular taxi driver doing regular work, building an alibi of normalcy. Between fares, I called Dr. Foster. David, I wasn't expecting to hear from you. I need to know about Catherine Hartwick's current condition, where she is, who's treating her, what her security situation looks like. Silence. Then why? Because someone's planning to extract her tonight and I need to know if it's medically safe. Extract her? You mean kidnap her? I mean rescue her from a husband who's been using her as an unauthorized test subject for experimental drugs. I paused. You knew about that, didn't you? That's why you fought so hard against Richard's treatment protocols. I suspected. Couldn't prove it. Richard's records are carefully sanitized. Dr. Foster sighed. Catherine is at Riverside Care Facility. It's a private institution that Richard essentially owns. Security is moderate but professional. Medical staff is competent but loyal to whoever pays them. Could she be safely moved? Physically, yes. She's stable enough for transport. But legally, David, this is dangerous territory. Richard has guardianship. Moving Catherine without his consent is a felony. What if she consents? She has advanced Alzheimer's. Her consent isn't legally valid. He paused. But if independent medical experts examined her and determined she was being mistreated, that could trigger an investigation that overrides Richard's guardianship rights. That's the plan. Extract her, get independent examinations, document the evidence of medical experimentation, file charges. Who's coordinating this? Catherine Morrison, Judge Morrison's mother. Dr. Foster was quiet for a long moment. Catherine Morrison lost her granddaughter to Nathan Hartwick. She's been trying to build a case against the family for years. If she's finally making her move, she's not doing it lightly. He paused. What do you need from me? Medical support when we get Catherine out. Someone who can examine her and document what Richard did. I'll be ready. Where and when? I'll text you the location once extraction is complete. Probably around midnight. David, be careful. Richard Hartwick is dangerous when cornered. He won't let Catherine go without a fight. I know. I hung up and continued my shift, watching the clock tick toward 11 p.m. At 10:45, I got a text from Catherine Morrison with an address 2 blocks from Riverside Care Facility. Park here. Team is in position. You'll receive signal when it's time to approach the facility. I drove to the location and waited. At 10:58, another text. Go now. Service entrance. Patricia will meet you. I pulled up to Riverside Care Facility's service entrance. Patricia, the nurse who'd helped us with Olivia's mother weeks ago, stood waiting with a wheelchair. David, this is insane. I know. Are you sure about this?
No.
But I'm doing it anyway. She gestured toward the door. Come on. We have maybe 5 minutes before the shift supervisor makes rounds. We went inside together. The facility was quiet, just the usual nighttime sounds of a medical institution. Patricia led me through hallways I didn't recognize, past rooms where elderly patients slept, to a private wing at the back of the building. Catherine Hartwick is in room 237. There's one security guard posted outside, but he's new and I told him I was bringing someone to transport her for emergency imaging. Patricia handed me a clipboard. Look official. Act like you belong here. If anyone questions you, refer them to me. We approached room 237. A young security guard sat outside, scrolling through his phone. Evening, Patricia said brightly. This is the transport for Mrs. Hartwick's imaging tests. The guard looked up. Nobody told me about imaging tests. Emergency order from Dr. Richardson. Possible stroke symptoms. We need to get her to radiology immediately. I should call Mr. Hartwick. You should. But if you delay her treatment and she has a stroke while you're verifying with her husband, guess who gets blamed? Patricia's voice was sharp. Your call. But I'm taking her to imaging whether you approve or not, because I'm not losing my license because security wouldn't let me do my job. The guard hesitated, then stood aside. Fine. But I'm noting this in my log. You do that. We entered the room. Catherine Hartwick sat in a chair by the window, staring out at darkness. She looked smaller than I'd expected, more fragile. Her hair was white, her hands thin and spotted with age. Patricia approached gently. Mrs. Hartwick? We're going to take you for some tests. Is that okay? Catherine turned slowly. Her eyes were distant, confused. Tests? I had tests this morning. Different tests. Don't worry, it won't take long. We helped her into the wheelchair. She didn't resist, just moved with the passive compliance of someone who'd learned that objecting didn't matter. I pushed the wheelchair back through the hallways, Patricia walking beside us, projecting absolute confidence that this was routine and authorized. We made it to the service entrance without incident. Catherine Morrison's black sedan was waiting. 2 people I didn't recognize stood beside it, a man and woman in medical scrubs. We transferred Catherine Hartwick from the wheelchair to the sedan. She looked confused but not frightened. "Where are we going?" she asked. "Somewhere safe," Catherine Morrison said gently from inside the car. "Somewhere your husband can't hurt you anymore." The sedan pulled away. Patricia turned to me. "That guard is going to realize something's wrong in about 10 minutes. You need to be gone before he does." "What about you?" "I'll handle it. I'll claim I was deceived by official-looking paperwork." "Play dumb." She smiled slightly. "It won't be the first time medical staff got fooled by fake orders. But David, don't come back here. Richard Hartwick is going to be furious when he realizes Catherine is gone. And anyone connected to her disappearance is going to be a target." "I know. Thank you for this. Thank your mysterious benefactor. She's the one who planned everything." Patricia headed back inside. "Good luck." I got in my taxi and drove away from Riverside Care Facility, my heart pounding, adrenaline making my hands shake on the wheel. We'd done it. We'd actually extracted Catherine Hartwick from under her husband's control. Now we just had to survive the consequences. My phone rang. "Catherine Morrison. Phase 1 complete. Catherine is with medical experts who'll examine her tonight and document everything Richard did. By morning, we'll have evidence to file criminal charges." "What about the security guard?" "He saw me. He saw a taxi driver with official-looking paperwork transporting a patient for medical imaging. He'll describe you to investigators, but you were doing your job. Nothing illegal about that." She paused. "David, get some rest. Tomorrow night we extract Olivia, and that's going to be significantly more complicated than tonight was." "Why?" "Because Olivia is conscious, capable, and married to a man who won't let her go without a fight. Tonight was a chess move. Tomorrow is war." She hung up. I drove back to my apartment and collapsed on the couch, too wired to sleep but too exhausted to do anything else. At 3 a.m., my phone buzzed with a news alert. Breaking: prominent businessman Richard Hartwick reports wife missing from medical facility. Portland police investigating possible kidnapping of Catherine Hartwick from Riverside Care Facility. Family offering $500,000 reward for information leading to her safe return. $500,000. More than enough to motivate every desperate person in Portland to start looking for ways to identify who'd taken her. Another text from Catherine Morrison. "Don't worry. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Trust me." I wanted to believe that this was all under control and would end with the Hartwicks in prison and everyone else safe. But I'd learned over the past month that nothing involving the Hartwick family ever went according to plan. And tomorrow night, when we tried to extract Olivia from Nathan's control, I had a feeling we were going to discover exactly how wrong things could go. I didn't go home that night. Couldn't risk it. If the police connected me to Catherine Hartwick's disappearance, my apartment would be the first place they'd look. So I drove to the hospital and spent the night in Emma's room, curled up in my usual uncomfortable chair, pretending everything was normal. Emma woke up around 6 and found me there. "Daddy, you look tired." "Long night, baby. Did you help someone else?" I thought about Catherine Hartwick being examined by independent doctors, about evidence of medical experimentation being documented, about Richard Hartwick calling police and offering rewards, probably already suspecting what was happening. Yeah, I helped someone else. Good. Emma smiled and went back to sleep. Dr. Owens came by at 7 for her morning rounds. She closed the door behind her and kept her voice low. "David, the news is reporting that Catherine Hartwick went missing from Riverside Care last night. Do you know anything about that?" "Should I?" "Patricia called me at 4 this morning. Very upset. Said security was questioning her about a taxi driver who transported Catherine for imaging tests that were never ordered." Dr. Owens crossed her arms. "Please tell me you didn't do what I think you did." "I transported a patient who needed medical care to people who could provide it." "You kidnapped a woman with Alzheimer's from a secured facility." "I rescued a woman who was being used as a human test subject by her own husband." Dr. Owens sat down heavily. "David, do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? Richard Hartwick is calling this an abduction. He's claiming Catherine was taken by people trying to extort money from his family. The police are going to be looking for everyone involved. Let them look. By the time they figure out what happened, we'll have evidence that Richard was conducting illegal medical experiments. The narrative changes from kidnapping to rescue. That's a very optimistic interpretation. It's the truth. Truth and legal reality aren't always the same thing. She paused. How's Emma's treatment progressing? The sudden change of subject caught me off guard. Good. You said her counts were improving. They are. Remarkably well, actually. If this trajectory continues, we might be able to discharge her by the end of the week. Dr. Owens met my eyes. Which means you need to have a stable home environment ready for her return. Not a situation where police are investigating you for kidnapping charges. I'm working on it. Work faster. She left. I sat with Emma until she woke up again, then spent the morning doing normal dad things. Reading her stories, helping her with the puzzle one of the nurses had brought, watching cartoons and pretending the world outside wasn't about to explode. At noon, my phone buzzed. Catherine Morrison. Medical examination complete. Evidence is documented and damning. Filing criminal complaint with DA's office this afternoon. Press conference scheduled for 6 p.m. to release findings. You should be there. I texted back. What about tonight? Olivia? Still on. Gala starts at 8. Extraction planned for 10:30 when Nathan will be occupied with speeches and networking. Details coming shortly. I showed the messages to Rebecca Torres when she called to check in. David. This is spiraling out of control. This is finally getting somewhere. Catherine Hartwick is going to testify about what Richard did. The DA is filing charges. The Hartwick empire is about to collapse. Or they're going to use their resources to make all of this go away and destroy everyone who challenged them. Including you. Rebecca's voice was sharp with frustration. You're supposed to be staying away from the Hartwick family, not orchestrating kidnappings and planning extractions. I'm saving people who can't save themselves. You're risking your daughter's future for people you barely know. I'm showing my daughter that standing up to bullies matters. Even when the bullies have money and lawyers and the ability to make your life hell. Rebecca was quiet for a moment. The press conference at 6. Are you really going to attend? Yes. Then I'm coming with you. Because when Richard Hartwick's lawyers show up to threaten legal action, you're going to need representation. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm sending you a bill for this. A very large bill. She hung up. I spent the afternoon making arrangements. Called my taxi dispatcher and said I'd need the evening off for a family emergency. Called Dr. Owens and asked if Emma could stay at the hospital one more night. Called Dr. Foster and confirmed he'd be at the press conference to provide medical expert testimony about Catherine's condition. Everything was falling into place. Or falling apart. Hard to tell the difference anymore. At 5:30 p.m., I drove to the downtown hotel where Catherine Morrison had rented a conference room for the press conference. The parking lot was already filling with news vans and reporters. Rebecca met me at the entrance. This is a bigger media turnout than I expected. Catherine Morrison knows how to work a story. She's been building to this moment for years. Rebecca checked her watch. Stay close to me. Answer questions carefully. And for God's sake, don't admit to anything that could be used against you in court. We entered the conference room. It was packed. Reporters filled the seats, cameras lined the back wall, and at the front table sat Catherine Morrison, flanked by 2 lawyers and a doctor I didn't recognize. And sitting in a wheelchair beside the table, looking small and confused but present, was Catherine Hartwick. The press conference started exactly at 6. Catherine Morrison stood and addressed the room with the command of someone who'd spent her life in spaces like this. Good evening. My name is Catherine Morrison. I'm here to present evidence of systematic medical abuse and illegal experimentation conducted by Richard Hartwick against his wife, Catherine Hartwick, and potentially dozens of other patients unable to consent to treatment. She laid out the case methodically. Medical records showing unauthorized drug trials. Internal pharmaceutical company memos discussing test subjects and results. Expert testimony from the doctor beside her. Dr. Sarah Patel, a neurologist from Stanford, explaining how Catherine Hartwick's Alzheimer's symptoms had been deliberately worsened by experimental compounds. Mrs. Hartwick was not a willing participant in these trials, Dr. Patel explained. She was a victim of her husband's ambition to fast-track FDA approvals by using human test subjects who couldn't report adverse effects or refuse treatment. The room erupted with questions. Catherine Morrison fielded them calmly, providing documentation for every claim, names of other potential victims, evidence of a pattern spanning years. "Where is Mrs. Hartwick being held now?" one reporter called out. "Mrs. Hartwick is in protective custody at an undisclosed medical facility where she's receiving proper care from physicians with no financial ties to Richard Hartwick." Catherine Morrison glanced at Catherine Hartwick. "She's safe. For the first time in years, she's safe." "Richard Hartwick is calling this kidnapping," another reporter said. "He's offering a reward for information about who took his wife." "Richard Hartwick can call it whatever he wants. The evidence speaks for itself. And the district attorney's office is reviewing criminal charges as we speak." More questions. More answers. The press conference lasted 90 minutes. Reporters taking photos of documents, recording testimony, building a story that would dominate news cycles for weeks. I stayed in the back, watching it unfold, watching Catherine Morrison dismantle the Hartwick family's reputation piece by piece. And then, inevitably, a reporter recognized me. "That's David Mira, the taxi driver who helped Olivia Hartwick escape her wedding." Cameras turned toward me. Questions started flying. "Mr. Mira, were you involved in Catherine Hartwick's rescue? Did you coordinate with Catherine Morrison? Is it true you're facing criminal charges for the Olivia Hartwick incident?" Rebecca stepped in front of me. "Mr. Mira has no comment at this time. Thank you." She pulled me toward the exit. We made it outside just as a black limousine pulled up to the hotel entrance. The door opened and Richard Hartwick stepped out, flanked by lawyers. He saw me and stopped. For a long moment, we just stared at each other. The billionaire who'd spent decades building an empire on other people's suffering, and the taxi driver who'd decided that was unacceptable. "Mr. Mira." Richard's voice was ice. "I should thank you. This little spectacle you've orchestrated will make the legal destruction of everyone involved so much more satisfying. You can't make this go away, Richard. Not this time. The evidence is public. The victims are coming forward. Your empire is falling." "Is it?" "Because I see a desperate man who's violated court orders, committed felony kidnapping, and destroyed any credibility he might have had. I see someone who's about to lose his daughter and spend the next decade in prison." Richard smiled. "And I see my wife, who's been manipulated by people claiming to help her, who will testify that she was taken against her will and wants to come home. Catherine has Alzheimer's. Her testimony isn't reliable." "No, but a court-appointed guardian's testimony is. And I'm her legal guardian. Whatever these opportunistic doctors claim they found, I'll have a dozen experts who'll contradict it. Whatever charges the DA files, I'll have lawyers who'll dismiss them. Whatever damage you think you've done, I'll repair it and add it to the list of reasons you'll never see your daughter again." Rebecca grabbed my arm. "Don't engage. He's baiting you." But I couldn't help it. "What about Nathan? What about all the women he's hurt? What about Olivia?" "Nathan is innocent of all charges. Olivia has recanted her accusations and confirmed her marriage is solid. And the women making allegations are either delusional or motivated by financial gain." Richard stepped closer. "You want to be a hero, David? Heroes need villains. But what happens when the villain has enough money to rewrite the story so he's the victim and you're the criminal? Then I guess we find out if money can really buy everything. It can. And it will. By tomorrow morning, Catherine Morrison's press conference will be dismissed as a publicity stunt by a grieving grandmother seeking revenge. The DA will decline to prosecute due to insufficient evidence. And you'll be arrested for kidnapping and violation of custody conditions." Richard paused. "But I'm a merciful man. Drop this crusade right now, return my wife, and I'll let you keep Emma. Refuse, and you'll lose everything. I've heard that threat before. It didn't work then either." "Your funeral." Richard walked past us into the hotel. Rebecca pulled me toward my car. We need to leave. Now. We drove away from the hotel in silence. After a few blocks, Rebecca spoke. He's going to do exactly what he said. Use his resources to discredit Catherine Morrison's evidence, pressure the DA to drop charges, and file legal action against everyone involved. I know. So what's the plan? We extract Olivia tonight. Get her somewhere safe. Get her statement on record before Richard can suppress it. Use her testimony to corroborate everything Catherine Morrison presented. David, if you go through with extracting Olivia, you're committing another felony. Judge Morrison will have no choice but to revoke custody. Emma will go into foster care. Not if we win. Not if we get enough evidence to actually prosecute Nathan and Richard. Then the custody battle becomes a non-issue because the people threatening Emma are in prison. That's a very big if. It's the only if I have. We drove back to the hospital. Emma was asleep, her small chest rising and falling with steady breaths. I sat beside her bed and watched her for a while, memorizing her face in case this was one of the last peaceful moments we'd have together. At 9 p.m., my phone buzzed. Catherine Morrison. Team is in position. Gala is in full swing. Olivia is ready. Extraction begins in 90 minutes. Meet at the coordinates I'm sending. Come alone. I kissed Emma's forehead gently. I love you, baby. Everything I'm doing is to make the world safer for you. She stirred but didn't wake. I left the hospital and drove to the coordinates Catherine had sent. A parking garage 3 blocks from the Riverside estate where Richard Hartwick was hosting his pharmaceutical company's celebration gala. Catherine Morrison was waiting in her black sedan. Ready?
No.
But let's do it anyway. She smiled. That's the spirit. The plan was simpler than the Catherine Hartwick extraction, but infinitely more dangerous. Olivia would fake illness during the gala and excuse herself to a private bathroom. Security would follow but stay outside, giving her privacy. She'd go out a window that led to the gardens, make her way to a service gate that Catherine's team had left unlocked, and run to the extraction point where we'd be waiting. Simple. Except for the dozen ways it could go wrong. We drove to the extraction point, a side street bordering the estate's eastern wall. Catherine's medical team was already there in a van disguised as a catering service vehicle. At 10:28 p.m., Catherine's phone buzzed. She's moving, excused herself from the main ballroom. Security is following at a distance. We waited. The minutes stretched impossibly long. 10:35. No sign of Olivia. 10:40. Still nothing. 10:45. Catherine checked her phone. Something's wrong. She should be here by now. Then, at 10:47, we heard it. Shouting from inside the estate. Alarms blaring. They found her, Catherine said. She's been caught. My heart sank. We'd failed. We'd gotten this close and a figure appeared at the top of the estate wall. Olivia, in an evening gown, climbing over 12 feet of stone like her life depended on it. She jumped, landed hard on the sidewalk on the other side, stumbled, kept running. Nathan Hartwick appeared at the top of the wall behind her. Olivia! Stop! She didn't stop, just ran toward us, her dress torn, one shoe missing, terror written across her face. We threw open the van door. She dove inside. Drive! Catherine shouted. We drove. Behind us, Nathan was screaming orders. Security was mobilizing. But we had a head start and a driver who knew every backstreet in Portland. We made it 6 blocks before police sirens appeared in the distance. They called it in, Catherine said. Called in a kidnapping in progress. What do? We get Olivia somewhere public. Somewhere with witnesses and cameras. Somewhere they can't just grab her back and claim this never happened. Where? Catherine thought for a moment. The police station. We take her directly to the police and have her file a formal complaint about Nathan. Force them to take her statement on record before the Hartwick lawyers can interfere. It was insane. But everything about this night was insane. We drove to the East Side Police Precinct and pulled up to the front entrance. Olivia got out, still in her torn evening gown, and walked through the front doors with Catherine Morrison and me flanking her. The desk sergeant looked up in surprise. I need to report domestic violence and unlawful imprisonment, Olivia said clearly. My name is Olivia Hartwick and my husband has been holding me against my will. The sergeant reached for his radio, probably to call superiors, but Olivia kept talking. I'm also filing a complaint about my father-in-law, Richard Hartwick, who has been conducting illegal medical experiments on his wife and other patients. I have information about multiple crimes and I want it on record. Catherine Morrison stepped forward. I'm her attorney. My client is invoking her rights to protection and requesting that her statement be taken immediately, before anyone attempts to interfere with this complaint. The precinct erupted into controlled chaos. Supervisors were called. Lawyers started arriving. And within minutes, news vans pulled up outside, because Catherine Morrison had tipped off every media outlet in Portland about what was happening. We sat in an interview room while Olivia gave her statement. Everything. The arranged marriage, Nathan's photographs, the coerced recantation, the weeks of imprisonment disguised as marriage, the bruises, the threats, all of it documented and recorded and witnessed. Nathan arrived 40 minutes later with a small army of lawyers. They tried to enter the interview room but were blocked by police. That's my wife. I have a right to see her. Your wife is making a formal complaint, the sergeant said. She has a right to do so without interference. She's mentally unstable. She's making false allegations because she's having another episode. Then she'll be evaluated by a medical professional. But right now, she's filing a complaint and we're taking it seriously. I watched through the glass as Nathan's composure finally cracked. The calm, collected predator was replaced by a man who was realizing he might actually face consequences. Richard Hartwick arrived an hour later. He was less emotional than his son but no less furious. This is harassment. My family is being targeted by people with personal vendettas and delusional allegations. Your family is being investigated for multiple serious crimes, Catherine Morrison said calmly. And the evidence is overwhelming. Evidence can be manufactured. Testimony can be coerced. Money can make problems disappear. Richard looked at me. Especially problems caused by taxi drivers who don't know when to quit. Is that a threat? Rebecca asked, appearing beside me. Because threatening witnesses to crimes is also illegal. It's a statement of fact. Mr. Mira has a history of poor judgment and criminal behavior. Whatever story he and my daughter-in-law are telling, it's unreliable. Then I guess we'll let a jury decide, Rebecca said. The night blurred into early morning. Olivia's statement was completed and filed. Catherine Hartwick's medical evidence was added to the record. Complaints were filed against both Richard and Nathan Hartwick for crimes ranging from medical fraud to assault to unlawful imprisonment. The DA's office was called. Warrants were discussed. Arrest protocols were debated. And through it all, the Hartwick family lawyers fought every step, trying to suppress evidence, discredit witnesses, and make the whole situation go away. But they couldn't. Not this time. There was too much evidence, too many witnesses, too many victims coming forward. At 4 a.m., I stepped outside the police station for air. The sun was starting to rise, painting Portland in shades of pink and gold. Rebecca joined me. The DA is filing charges against both of them. Medical fraud, unlawful imprisonment, assault, conspiracy. It's not everything we wanted, but it's a start. Will it stick? Maybe. Probably. The Hartwicks have resources, but they don't have unlimited power. And with public pressure and media attention, it's harder for them to make this disappear. She paused. David, you did it. You actually took down a billionaire family. We did it. All of us. Catherine Morrison, you, Dr. Foster, Olivia, everyone who refused to let them win. And Emma? What happens with the custody situation now? I thought about Judge Morrison's conditions, about the home visits and the parenting classes and the warnings about staying away from the Hartwick family. I violated pretty much every condition she set. So I guess we find out if she's willing to overlook that given the circumstances. I'll file motions explaining the situation, arguing that your actions were justified and in the public interest. But David, no guarantees. She could still revoke custody. I know. We stood in silence, watching the city wake up. My phone buzzed. A text from Dr. Owens. Emma's awake and asking for you. You should get here soon. She has something important to tell you. I drove to the hospital, exhausted and wired and terrified about what important news Emma might have. She was sitting up in bed when I arrived, her pink beanie slightly crooked, a huge smile on her face. Daddy, Dr. Owens said my counts are amazing, like really, really good. She said if they stay this good for 2 more weeks, I might be in remission. The word hit me like lightning. Remission. The word we'd been chasing for 7 months. The word that meant Emma might actually beat this. Baby, that's incredible. I know. And she said when I'm in remission, I can go back to school and see my friends and maybe even play soccer again. Emma's eyes were shining. And Daddy? I want to tell everyone that I got better because you never gave up on me. Because you fought for me even when it was hard. I sat on the edge of her bed and pulled her into a careful hug. You got better because you're brave and strong and you never stopped fighting. I just drove the car. You did more than drive the car. You helped people. You stood up to bad people. You showed me what being a hero looks like. She pulled back to look at me seriously. Are the bad people going to jail now? I think so. I hope so. Good. Because people who hurt other people should have consequences. Yes, they should. We sat together as the sun came up over Portland, and for the first time in months, I let myself believe that maybe everything would actually be okay. Emma's treatment was working. The Hartwick family was facing prosecution. Olivia and Catherine were safe. The truth was public and documented and impossible to suppress. We'd won. Against all odds, against people with infinite resources, against a system designed to protect wealth over justice, we'd actually won. My phone buzzed one last time. A message from Catherine Morrison. Press conference at 2 p.m. Olivia's giving a statement. The other victims are coming forward, 7 women so far, with more expected. Nathan's career is over. Richard's empire is crumbling. You should be proud of what you started. I texted back, we all started it together. I just drove the taxi. Her response came immediately. Sometimes that's exactly what heroes do. Thank you, David. Melissa would have been proud of you. I put my phone away and focused on Emma. Want to watch the astronaut movie again? Can we watch the one where they save everyone and come home safely? That's my favorite one. We settled in to watch heroes save the day, and I tried not to think about the custody hearing that was probably coming, or the legal battles still ahead, or the 100 ways this could still fall apart. Instead, I just sat with my daughter and watched her laugh at scenes she'd seen a dozen times before, and let myself feel grateful that we'd made it this far. Whatever came next, we'd face it together. And that, I was learning, was enough. Epilogue. 3 months later, Emma was officially in remission. The doctors were cautiously optimistic. The treatment had worked better than expected. She'd need monitoring and occasional checkups, but the leukemia was gone. Actually gone. We celebrated with pancakes and ice cream, just like I'd promised. Emma invited her nurses and Dr. Owens and Rebecca Torres and even Dr. Foster, who'd become something like a grandfather figure in her life. The custody situation had been resolved in my favor. Judge Morrison had called a hearing to review my violations of her conditions, but after hearing testimony about the Hartwick family's crimes and my role in exposing them, she dismissed the CPS concerns. Mr. Mira, she'd said from the bench, you have a talent for finding trouble, but in this case, trouble needed finding. Custody is permanently restored with no conditions. Try to stay out of felony kidnappings from now on. Yes, Your Honor. Nathan Hartwick was awaiting trial on multiple charges. His bail had been set at $10 million, which his father had paid, but he was under house arrest with an ankle monitor. 7 women had come forward with testimony about assault and abuse. The prosecutors were confident about conviction. Richard Hartwick had been indicted for medical fraud and criminal negligence in connection with the unauthorized drug trials. His pharmaceutical company's stock had crashed. 3 hospitals had revoked his board positions. The empire he'd spent decades building was crumbling. Catherine Hartwick was in a reputable care facility, receiving proper treatment from doctors with no financial ties to her husband. She testified, as much as her condition allowed, about what had been done to her. The doctors who'd enabled Richard's experiments were facing their own charges. And Olivia was free. She'd filed for divorce. Nathan's lawyers were fighting it, but the evidence of abuse and imprisonment made the outcome inevitable. She'd moved into a small apartment downtown and started volunteering at a women's shelter, using her experience to help other victims of domestic violence. We'd stayed in touch. Not friends exactly, but connected by what we'd been through together. She visited Emma at the hospital sometimes, bringing books and puzzles and stories about the women she was helping at the shelter. "You saved my life," she told me once. "I don't know how I'll ever repay that. You're saving other lives now. That's repayment enough." The media coverage had been intense for weeks. Interviews, articles, think pieces about wealth and power and accountability. I'd done a few interviews, always with Rebecca present, telling my side of the story. Public opinion was divided. Some people saw me as a hero who'd stood up to corruption. Others saw me as a troublemaker who'd gotten lucky. The Hartwick family's PR team worked overtime to discredit me, but the evidence was too strong to ignore. Margaret Mira won a journalism award for her coverage of the case. She mentioned me in her acceptance speech, calling me a reminder that ordinary people can do extraordinary things when they refuse to accept injustice. I went back to driving a taxi. Same routes, same passengers, same long hours. But different somehow. People recognized me sometimes. Asked if I was the guy from the news. Asked if the stories were true. Most of them, I'd say. The important parts anyway. Emma went back to school. Made friends. Joined a soccer team. Started talking about becoming a doctor instead of an astronaut. Because astronauts are cool, but doctors save lives. She kept her hospital drawings on the refrigerator, reminders of where we'd been and how far we'd come. One evening, 6 months after everything had ended, I was driving home from a shift when my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. "David? It's Melissa."
I pulled over, confused.
Melissa. Melissa Morrison. Catherine Morrison's granddaughter. A pause. "I know you probably heard I was dead. That's what my family told everyone." It was easier than explaining where I'd actually been. My mind raced. "You're alive. You're actually alive."
I'm alive.
I've been in a psychiatric facility in Seattle for the past 5 years, recovering from what Nathan did to me, getting treatment, learning to be a person again. She took a breath. "My grandmother told me what you did, how you helped bring down the Hartwick family, how you risked everything to protect people you barely knew. I just did what seemed right. No, you did what I couldn't do, what dozens of women couldn't do. You stood up when standing up seemed impossible." Her voice cracked. "I wanted to call and say thank you, and to tell you that I'm coming home, to Portland, to testify at Nathan's trial, to finally face what happened to me instead of hiding from it. Melissa, you don't have to.
Ido.
Because you showed me that facing monsters is possible, that they can actually be defeated, that silence and fear don't have to win." She paused. "I'm going to tell my story, all of it, and maybe, just maybe, it'll help put Nathan away for good." We talked for another 20 minutes. About recovery, about justice, about the slow process of rebuilding a life after trauma. When we hung up, I sat in my parked taxi and let myself cry. For Melissa, for Olivia, for all the women who'd been hurt by men who thought money made them untouchable. But also for Emma, who was healthy and happy and learning that the world could be better than it was. And for myself. For the taxi driver who'd picked up one crying bride and decided that helping her mattered more than playing it safe. I drove home thinking about choices and consequences and the small moments that change everything. Thinking about how one fare on one terrible night had led to here. Thinking about Emma's question from months ago. "Are you in trouble for helping someone?" And my answer, the one I'd give again if I had to make the same choice. I'm in exactly the kind of trouble that proves doing the right thing matters. The trial was set for next month. Nathan would face a jury. The evidence would be presented. Justice would have its chance. And whatever happened, I'd be there, in the courtroom, supporting the women who'd found the courage to come forward. making sure Emma saw that standing up to bullies, even rich, powerful, dangerous bullies, was always worth it. Because some things were worth the risk. Some things mattered more than safety. And some people, whether they were crying brides in torn dresses or 7-year-old girls fighting leukemia, deserved someone willing to drive them toward hope instead of away from danger. I pulled into my parking spot at the apartment building and checked my phone one last time. A text from Emma. "Home yet, Daddy? I made us dinner. Well, Dr. Owens helped. But I supervised." I smiled and texted back. "On my way up now. Can't wait to see what you made." Her response came immediately. "It's spaghetti. And Daddy, I love you to the moon and back. I love you to all the stars, baby. Be right there." I locked the taxi and headed upstairs, toward the life we'd fought so hard to keep, toward the daughter who'd believed I could fix anything and somehow been right, toward home. And that night, as Emma and I sat eating slightly overcooked spaghetti and laughing about her day at school, I thought about everything that had brought us here. The impossible choices, the terrifying risks, the people who'd helped and the people who'd tried to destroy us. I thought about Nathan Hartwick sitting in his mansion with an ankle monitor, waiting for a trial that would probably end with prison. About Richard Hartwick watching his empire collapse, unable to buy his way out this time. About Olivia free and healing and helping others find their own freedom. And I thought about the next person who'd need help. The next victim who'd be too scared to run. The next bully who'd think money made them invincible. Because my taxi was still running. My shift wasn't over. And somewhere out there in the Portland night, someone was probably making a desperate call for a ride to anywhere, running from something they couldn't face alone. When that call came, I'd answer it, because that's what taxi drivers did. We drove people toward safety, even when safety seemed impossible to reach. We helped strangers become survivors. And sometimes, if we were very lucky and very brave, we changed the whole damn system while we were at it. My phone buzzed. A ride request from across town. Airport pickup, standard fare. I kissed Emma goodnight and headed back to my taxi. Just another shift. Just another passenger. Just another chance to prove that ordinary people could do extraordinary things when they refused to accept that justice was only for those who could afford it. I started the engine and pulled out into the Portland night, ready for whatever came next. After all, I was a taxi driver. And taxi drivers? We never stopped moving forward. Thank you for reading. If you enjoyed the story, please like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs to hear about ordinary heroes doing extraordinary things. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what part of David and Emma's journey resonated with you most. And remember, standing up to injustice isn't easy, but it's always worth it. Until next time, keep fighting for what's right. Keep believing in the power of one person to make a difference. And keep driving toward hope, no matter how dark the night gets. This is your storyteller signing off. See you in the next story.